Welcome, everybody. It is time for the September OCC Clash. We have so much going on in the world of cards. We still have an expansion fresh in our minds. We had some nerfs hit some of the most played cards here recently. We got the World Championship coming up. We have a whole lot going on, but let's get into this Clash action here. I am your host, Christo. I am joined by Spooz. I am joined by Bubbles, who looks like he's preparing for the impending apocalypse. We have Starry and we have Berto as well here. So a packed house for this OCC clash. Now, Spooz, I mentioned that we had some nerfs recently to some of the more popular cards, the more problematic cards, that being Dragon Slayer, Island Defense, and Case Yellow. How do you think those nerfs are going to impact what we're going to see here today?
I mean, actually, the change on island defense, I think, was the biggest hit there. A lot of decks, like the German Japan or Japan German discard deck, kind of vanished from the meta, which is really good. Yeah, I think the nerfs definitely hit the correct cards there. I think, in my opinion, three of the most problematic cards in the past meta. But yeah, unfortunately, we still see some of the decks that have been there earlier and also for months and months now. So I think the expansion did not really brought anything new, unfortunately. So I would have not just seen some nerfs, but also some buffs to plan some underplayed cards, maybe even some that just came with the expansion. So yeah, just to spice things up. But overall, I'm happy the problematics card got nerfed and we finally have a more balanced meta without these super broken cards.
Right on. Now, Bubbles, I mentioned we're approaching the World Championships. I believe Qualifier A, the last one, is happening this weekend. Qualifier B starts off, I believe it is next week. So players are getting into the swing of things. How does the approaching World Championship affect, players' preparation for even this event? Somebody like J King, who we will likely see, or, the regulars like Head and Tang Tang. Are they changing their mentality around, hey, maybe I'm planning, a little bit down the line at this point?
I mean, I think there's two different mentalities for two sets of players. There's the players that have qualified through OCCs and through their previous sort of placements and tournaments, and then you've got players that are trying to qualify through the in-game client and through the in-game sort of system that is set up to try and qualify into it as anyone can join this, anyone can try. I think for players that are pre-qualified, places like the OCC are going to be testing grounds for them to experiment with decks and for them to find what things work for them and what they can bring to the World Championship, because you don't really get the same testing grounds when you don't have to play through a whole bunch of qualifiers. And once you've reached knockout stage, you don't want to be testing decks there. You want to be confident in your deck. So for anyone pre-qualified, the OCC is going to be a great way of sort of testing decks in a tournament meta. Obviously, these players are going to be testing against each other. There's going to be a lot of in-house testing, but in-house testing doesn't offer the same results that tournament testing does. I remember back in the day when I used to play, we'd prep and we'd prep and we'd prep and we'd prep, and then we'd get to the tournament and we'd just lose. And we'd be like, there's just one deck we hadn't considered, or there's one card we hadn't considered, and suddenly your whole strategy has fallen apart. So it's a really good way of testing your strategies. I think for players that are playing through the open qualifiers, it's just business as usual. The OCC is just a place to compete, it's just a place to practice, and it's just a place to try and show off what they've learned, what they've built on, and to try and show improvement. We see a lot of repeat people in OCCs, and this is a really good way of people tracking their own progress. You hit top 8 in an OCC, or you hit top 38 in the qualifiers, then you hit top 8 in an OCC, then you get to top 4, and then before you know, Gork's just won an OCC. There's a lot of progress you can see in it. And Gork was always a strong player, but it's nice for people to be able to track their own progress through the competitive community. And I think for people playing through the open qualifiers for Worlds, the OCC is just, business as usual, a good place to play with each other.
Bubbles, I appreciate how you started part of that sentence with "back when I used to play." Old man Bubbles shakes fist at clouds.
Yeah, back
Uh,
back when I was able to win games, and now I have to talk over other people winning games instead.
but on the bright side, you are wearing a very sweet hoodie, Bubbles. Little
Yes,
983 merch.
available on online if you want to get yourself some 983 merch. They got, I think, mugs and things as well.
Yeah, yeah, 983shop.com, maybe. I don't know.
I'm
We
not
should probably find
sure.
that.
We probably I'm
But
getting word that that's it. You've got it right, Christo.
if we're gonna push merch, we should at least get the website down, right? All right, let's get back to business at hand. Let's bring up the bracket and take a look at who is going to be competing here today. We've got Tang Tang taking on Theory in our first quarterfinal matchup. That's going to be our feature matchup. We're going to have Bubbles and Spooz casting that in just a little bit. In the second quarterfinals, you got 66 better against TB273. We got the return of Korg trying to defend his previous OCC win, going up against Artemisia, and J King versus Head will be our second quarterfinal that we will spotlight. We're going to have Berto and Starry getting into the action to call that one. So let's get going here. We're going to have Tang Tang. We're going to have Theory. We're going to break down some of these decks here. Again, all of these players are competing for a grand prize of up to $250 US. There are also some fancy dancy cards points on the line to try and qualify for that world championship, actually for the OCC Ultimate first. As they go and progress towards the world championship here. So let's get into the players. Let's get into their decks. Why don't we bring up the player profile here for Tang Tang first? There you see Tang Tang having played 552 total matches last season, coming in first with a 73% win rate. Bubbles, Tang Tang is no stranger to the tournament scene. We've seen him plenty of times before.
Yeah, I mean, Tang Tang is sort of one of those people that often competes for these season finishes. You often see them in first, second, or third, and this time they've managed to take first. We find them often fighting over it with a couple other players. One of those is namely J King, who often is competing for that first spot. And yeah, it's very much a repeat of the same few people who I think are just a class above the others, at least when it comes to sort of laddering. Obviously, tournaments and ladder are slightly different and not quite the same. In a tournament, it's a best of 3. You've got different decks. You've got to be versatile, and you're against really, really strong players. On ladder, you're still against strong players, but it's a far bigger range of decks, a far bigger range of players and different skill levels, and it's obviously a best of 1, so you don't need to take a whole series. Saying that, though, Tang Tang is a really strong tournament player, has got lots of good tournament finishes, and I think they're going to be a force to reckon with, especially for Theory, who's a little bit newer to this scene, not quite as established as Tang Tang. I can say it's a little bit scary playing against Tang Tang in round 1. They're a super, super strong player, and yeah, you sort of you hope you can do your best, but if you lose against Tang Tang, you don't get too unhappy about it.
And I think you nailed it there where you're talking about there are some players who are, just a little bit above the rest. And some of that has to do with the fact that they are very skilled on both the ladder aspect of the game as well as the tournament scene. Somebody like Tang Tang, like Head, like J King that we see very regularly, they're able to finish very high on that ladder, which allows them access to some of these tournaments where they compete very, very well. You see other players who, do well on the ladder and just can't quite hack it in the tournament kind of format. And you see the vice versa as well. People competing in the opens who do very well in a tournament format, but maybe don't have that ability to grind the ladder as much. So definitely going to, Theory's going to have their work cut out for them going up against Tang Tang. Let's see what Tang Tang is arming themselves with. Spooz, why don't you walk us through Tang Tang's decks here today?
Yeah, so starting with the Brit US ramp deck, a very control heavy deck. It has some really strong tools to control the board, like the supply shortage, and stuff like ASW just to remove stuff from the board and additionally give you additional credit slots. And then just all these very strong British elites, like we have Monty, we have Mosquito, we have the Spitfire in it. And I think overall, just a very versatile deck. It just has healing in it. It has guards in it. It has just very strong removal, as I said, as the ASW, the B-17 Flying Fortress, AoE with the carpet bombing, and overall a really solid deck. And I think Tang Tang has a really good pick here against Theory, because Theory is bringing Brit Japan credit denial, and that just kind of counters this deck, because for every credit slot you might lose, you just gain double the amount with the ASW, and you have the War Machine, you have an Hour of Need. So a pretty good pick here from Tang Tang as a first deck. And then we have the good old not German, but US German frontline deck. A deck we haven't seen too much in the past month after the expansion dropped. But I think overall, still a very, very good deck. I think the only new addition is the Pathfinders here, the new veteran unit. Once you deal 2 damage to a unit and it dies, this unit becomes a veteran status, and then at the beginning of each of your turns, it just bounces a random enemy unit. And yeah, to go with this, as the name already says, you want to control the front line, play your Shermans for the draw, develop an even bigger board, then buff everything with We Can Do It, or finish everything off with a Blitzkrieg. So really versatile deck, and I think another good pick here against Theory, to be honest. And then we thought it would be gone after the expansion, but it's still there. And 7 out of 8 players are bringing it today. It is the good old German. And why am I always mixing it up? It is Japan German Jagro. So since the expansion, Faint Retreat rotated out, and people just thought that Jagger would be gone with this rotation. But yeah, players just found a way with the expansion, with Martyr, with 22nd, just to kind of equalize the lose of Faint Retreater and just give you other draw options. And it's just showing 7 players are bringing it today. I think Jagger is back to where it was before and still one of the strongest decks in the game.
Your point, Spooz, the frontline list and the Jagger list were both kind of expected to take a bit of hit in power, not necessarily because of new cards or lack of support, but because of that rotation out, right? You mentioned Pain Retreat. Frontline did lose the 32nd Infantry that gave it a lot of early game tempo. And, they've probably cycled in like the Greyhounds for the frontline list to try and kind of compete early on. And then you mentioned expansion for Jagro to give a little bit of card draw. Is there anything else there that's kind of helped them push forward, or are they still just strong decks overall, even with those cards being pushed to the reserve pool?
I mean, we just see that the US frontline deck also has Martyr now in it. People put in dive bombing. I mean, I think it would have been there earlier, but mostly the Greyhounds. And I think the Greyhounds are really important against the Jagro matchup, because the Greyhounds have 3 health. Most of the early units from Jagro only have 2 attack. So Greyhound mostly trades 2 for 1 there, which is really, really strong. And I think your best key together with the Red Devils to just win against the Jagro matchup.
Right on. Let's look at the other side of the coin here. Let's take a look at Theory's player profile and get to know him just a little bit better. To Bubbles' point earlier, this player is a bit of a newcomer to the game, but nonetheless, nearly 800 total matches, finishing 22nd, making it through the qualifier, and absolutely mean mugging in that profile picture. Bubbles, what do we know about Theory?
I've worked out that he does play Cards Mobile. That's something I've been able to work out. So we see season finished 22nd, so Theory had to play through the qualifiers, which is quite a tough qualifiers to do. It's 16 players per bracket and only one of those qualifiers. So you've only got a 1 in 16 chance of qualifying, and there's a lot of strong players in there. So it's very impressive to have gone through that. Favorite card being Allied Research Effort, which I think is quite a nice bit of spice. People often go with cards like, these meta cards. You got Feigned Retreat is quite a popular one. Monty, we just saw. Shalling, these sorts of things are very popular. So I'm happy to see Allied Research Effort be a favorite card. Definitely a lot newer to the competitive scene and the esports scene. So we don't have as much info on Share the Theory as we do on, say, someone like Tang Tang or J King, who's been around for a long time, but they're here to sort of, make their mark on the scene. They're here to do the best they can, and I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup, seeing these newer break-in players versus one of these really old veterans in Tang Tang. I always find it very interesting because a lot of the time newer players have a different approach to the game, or at least newer players to the competitive scene have a different approach. They see things in a different light, and it can really surprise us on the casting desk, and it can also surprise their opponents, which can give them a huge advantage and a huge leg up. And it's not uncommon for these new esports players to bring something new to the table and then massively affect the scene because of it. And then you've got old school players who are copying them. You've got their decks catching on. You've got their strategies and their ways of playing catching on. So it's going to be very interesting if Share the Theory can share some theories with us.
Well said, Bubbles. You did mention that we assume Theory is a mobile player. We actually don't know that they've ever gotten past the load screen, so we can assume. We can assume, but we don't know for sure. Let's take a look at what Theory is bringing here.
That might be the reason for the glare, is this has been loading for 10 years.
Seems very upset about it.
Theory is bringing this Jaggro deck, which Spooz just took you through, so I don't want to spend too long in this. It's what we've seen a lot. It's Jaggro. They are running the Enigma, which is not always ran, but it's very powerful, and then only 3 copies of expansion to go with it, so you don't fall out and draw. But yeah, we thought this would go away. It didn't go away. It's still here. Goshikin is a little bit strange. We don't see it quite as often, but it does have an extremely high damage amount, and it's really good at trading into guards and dealing with guards. So it's sort of like a Sendai in the sense that it's just going to help you deal with enemy guards. We then have a credit denial deck. Credit denial has been extremely popular for a while now on ladder, just because it can shut down your opponent's tempo so well, but also have a really, really strong late game. You've got strong AoE, you've got strong tools like the Sexton, the Blackwatch, the Wellington, and these things help you fight control as well. And then you have this sort of ultimate win con in Commonwealth. And one of the big issues with Commonwealth decks is can be your opponent only needs to heal for 4 or 5, and it can be really difficult to close out the game. But one of the things this deck has going for it is obviously you've got this Lancaster, this Wellington, but then you can also hit face with these daylight bombing, so do a little bit of burn damage to the face. So it can close out games very well. I think this is a very surprisingly consistent and well-rounded deck. People like to think of this as a high roll deck, but even when you don't high roll your credit denial, this deck can still really, really hold its ground and do some great work against the opponents. I know Starry is a huge fan of this deck and plays it a lot. So if you're lucky, you'll get to see her cast this credit denial deck at some point today, because I know that she is a huge enjoyer of this sort of strategy. And then the last deck is a Soviet Japan self damage counter offensive deck. We've seen self damage a fair amount. It's very good against certain meta staples, things like Jaguar. It's quite good against because you've got these winter warfares, you've got these bloody sickles. It's very good at dealing with their units. And then also this first signal regiment, this sort of beast of Jaggro, can actually sort of turn back and be something useful for you, because every time your HQ gets pinged by one of these, your 456th Rifle Regiment actually grow, and it can become a real problem for Jaguar very quickly when you have these huge guards that just seem to grow and grow and grow. And then it's also good against the USA Germany mid-range frontline deck. It's really quite powerful against that. You've got Red Dawns to deal with things like the Red Devils, and then you've just got a lot of stats which frontline can actually struggle to trade into. So it's going to be interesting. Obviously, you've got this PE Petlikov as well. Very powerful card. Can run away with matches and steal matches very well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this deck matches up. I think it's going to be one of the weaker decks against Tang Tang. However, Tang Tang does have this USA Germany deck. They do have this Jaguar deck. So it might be able to steal a couple games. It's going to be really interesting to see how the players approach this best of 3.
And we do see both the Dragon Slayer and the recently nerfed Island Defense in this self-damage deck as well. So there's definitely an aspect of it that, maybe these cards are actually not nerfed to the ground, but nerfed to a playable spot where, hey, it makes sense to actually use them. It doesn't feel so darn bad for your opponent to heal 40 times in a game. Anyway, I'm not salty at all, I promise. Do we let's get the players locked and loaded here, and let's dive into the bans while we're at it. So Tang Tang going to lose that ramp, and then Theory going to lose the Jaggro list. I imagine Theory's banning Tang Tang's ramp to be able to give their credit denial deck a little bit more flexibility. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I already mentioned it when we looked into Tang Tang's deck. This kind of counters the Brit Japan credit denial deck, so it makes absolute sense for Theory to just get rid of it and just hope you win against the other two. And also from Tang Tang to hear the Japan Jaguar deck to get banned makes absolute sense. Because you don't want to ban the credit denial. You're good against this with your Brit deck, and with that Brit US ramp, if the Jaguar player has a really good start, I think you can win against any deck. So just get rid of it and deal with the other ones.
Bubbles, anything different on your end?
No, yeah, I agree. I think it makes sense. I am slightly surprised to see the Jaguar deck being banned from Theory. I sort of thought the Soviet deck might get targeted just because of the surviving matchups if your Brit deck gets banned. And then really I expected this Brit credit denial to get banned. This can just be a very consistent deck. It can be weaker against the USA frontline deck, so maybe Tang Tang's feeling very confident in that matter, but that was the deck I expected. You know, I always go for banning Brits.
It does feel a little bit like Tang Tang just sort of looked at Theory's list and went, yeah, Jaguar's probably the best here, so let's just ban it, as opposed to thinking through some of. Oh boy, so it seems like we've had some issues here with the players going in, and we're just diving straight into game 3. So let's get into whatever we got going on, and we'll see if we can Okay, so we'll see what we can recap as we get into it. It seems like it's a 1-1 tie going into game 3 here. So we'll kind of catch you up on the action when we can progress into it here and see if we can figure out kind of who's won what. So we got Brit on Theory's side, and we have a US frontline on sorry, wait, am I looking at this backwards?
No. You got
Oh,
Theory is on a Brit credit denial deck,
yes.
and then Tang Tang is on their USA frontline deck. And this is one of the issues with these blitz decks is people just cannot wait to get going. You know, they're blitzing out game 1 and game 2 and only leaving us with game 3. So I hope they weren't good games because unfortunately we got to miss a part of it. But we see here Tang Tang having what would normally be a relatively good start with Red Devils, and then they're going to have the Panzer 35T to follow up. But Theory having some really strong anti-aggro tools and even anti-mid-range tools with these supply shortages, these draw engines, as well as this Monty.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Tang Tang? Do you blitz out a 35T and lose it to the Honey? Do you just deploy 2 Greyhounds to have additional bodies on board and just kill the Honey next turn with dive bombing? It's really awkward turn there for Tang Tang with the Honey on board. And Theory with double supply shortage here, plus Monty, and found the southern plan.
This southern plan is actually going to be, you know, fairly impactful, I think, because normally this turn 4th, this USA mid-range deck is quite a big deal. This is when you can play your Shermans, but it's also when you can play 5th Rangers. So I think getting this off before Tang Tang's able to play Shermans or 5th Rangers could be fairly impactful to the outcome of the game. And finding more credit denial is going to better do a lot of work next turn.
Yeah, additionally with the Observer Core, luckily for Tang Tang, Theory did not have Observer Core in starting hand. Could have been way more crucial there when you lose a credit slot on turn 2 there. But so far, finally got rid of the Honey with dive bombing and 35T. And now Theory has to decide what to do here. Is he going for the credit denial? Is he bringing down a supply shortage? I mean, you kind of have to clear the board here, right? Otherwise,
I think you've got to kill the Panzer 35T, right? You play the daylight bombing, kill the Panzer.
Ooh, what?
Oh. I'm not sure what the Ultra achieves. I think you've got to go with some credit denial this turn. Hold back any potential Shermans. Question is just whether you go for this southern plan to give yourself more credits in the future, or if you go for this daylight bombing to try and save 2 face damage.
Yeah, that also stops Tang Tang now from going to frontline with the Greyhound and then a Blitzkrieg on 3 units. Yeah, that's really sad. But I mean, I think even one turn later, there will be 2 US units in the frontline.
Well, it's just going to keep happening, right? You're going to get credit denied again.
Very likely, yeah.
I certainly hope so. I'd like to see playing around this Sherman here. I mean, you can save yourself face damage and slow down the potential draw engines here. If you want to go for a supply shortage, you can even do that as well by dropping playing the Observer Core, putting it onto the daylight bombing. Drop the daylight bombing. You've got 3 credits left. You can go for pretty much whatever you'd like.
Yeah, actually, I think I like to see Ultra here, because there's Blitzkrieg in Tang Tang's deck, and I think you don't want to get blitzed out here and set yourself to lethal range the turn after. So maybe Yeah, I mean, starting to chip away with the supply shortage on these units.
Just
Go
gonna
for
go
the
for the
heal and for the
HP.
draw.
I think it's reasonable. My only concern is this Sherman is now active. Oh, there could
look
be a
at this, look at this
huge
blitzkrieg.
blitzkrieg. Yeah.
That's 6 plus 12. That's 18
And
damage.
you've got the Greyhound for the draw in the future, so there you go. 18 damage coming in. And that little bit of extra HP keeping Theory alive.
That was just the sincerely yours. Yeah, that was the 6 HP from that one.
And we've got to see something done about this board. You can play the second supply shortage to clear the board, or you can, drop daylight bombing and start trying to clear these units.
Do you ever play the Monty here?
I think you can go for the Monty here. Not if you daylight bombing that, you can't. So it's just the question. Does Theory...
the two 35Ts die anyways, right?
They do indeed. However, now Tang Tang can go for an M4 Sherman because there is a US unit alive in the front line. And these Shermans are so important to the game plan here for Tang Tang, keeping him in the game.
Yeah, and also Theory is under a lot of pressure now. No more healing in hand, only the Monty to buy him one turn. And after that, so he's on constant pressure now. That's not the situation you want to be in.
No, it's really not. And a little bit of an awkward state as well for Theory's hand. There's not too much you can do this turn. You don't want to drop the Monty. You don't really want to drop the Monsoon Rot or the supply shortage. I think we're going to have to put Ultra up this turn. But it's just a little bit of an awkward position here.
Yeah, and that Sherman is hitting for 4. Very likely. What can you do here?
I mean, you have to do something. The Greyhound in the front line does die to supply shortage, which is one of the few upsides. You could also trade into the front line, push up the honey, and then you have to go for the Observer Core and the Daylight, and this gives you a honey in the front line. But I like Daylight Bombing plus Ultra. This does mean you get to heal for 1 point of health if an order is played, because you get to draw a card off this honey. But there are the Blitzkrieg.
But not enough credits.
Not yet, but it could very easily, steal a game with triple Greyhound and Blitzkrieg in hand. That's a lot of potential burst damage if Tang Tang can get to the credit slots. But look at the difference here. 8 credits for Share the Theory, 4 credits for Tang Tang, but Theory is the one under all the pressure, and Tang Tang is just trying to keep up that pressure best they can. Now, I'm curious if we're going to see trading into the honey, hold back the healing, this way you can get a Blitzkrieg lethal later on, and Theory in quite an awkward spot here.
Only activating Ultra.
It feels so bad, though.
What else can you do? You could play a Tempo Lightning, maybe? Just to have stats on board?
You could also plan on moving it to the front line, but it dies so quickly to pretty much everything. With 3 attack and 4 defense, Thrift Rangers just eat through it.
Yeah, that Ultra. I would have loved to have seen the turn where Tang Tang played Blitzkrieg. Now it's just way more awkward and really a lot of pressure here. Whenever Tang Tang can blitz out 2 Greyhounds in the Blitzkrieg, it's basically just GG. But first of all, has to bait out that Ultra. And there are not too many options. It's a little bit of the downside of the frontline deck, right? You don't have too many orders. All your orders are really important and you can't really deactivate Ultra with it.
But this credit lead from Theory is actually 3 credits worse than it looks. Theory essentially has 7 credits a turn, right? Because they're having to pop Ultra every turn, which is 3 credits every turn. And I'm curious if we're just going to see Supply Shortage Monsoon Rot to clear this board.
Oh, this feels really bad, but...
It really does, but what options do you have? Are you going to drop the Lancaster and trade into the unit in the back line? Trade into the half track? Because that feels pretty bad as well.
Absolutely.
And Wrath Lightning doesn't feel much better. It all feels pretty bad. I mean, we could see the Monty. You have quite a large hand here if your theory. We could see the Monty as well. Try and bait some more units onto board to go for this supply shortage combo.
Blitzing out the Lancaster, he can't activate Ultra.
No Ultra, but, only 5 credits or 6 credits here from Tang Tang. But that's going to be enough with the Greyhound going to the front line, plus the Blitzkrieg.
That's it.
And there you go. Tang Tang able to take the series. Unfortunately, we were only able to catch the last match, but was quite a good match as matches go. And Tang Tang going 2-1 and taking the first series up against Theory.
Now, Bubbles, you had talked about during that matchup how essentially Theory only had, let's say, 7 credits instead of 10 because they needed to activate Ultra every turn, and then they didn't. Do you think that's a mistake? Maybe a lack of experience? We talked a little bit before about how, one of Theory's first real big events, or did they think that, hey, maybe they just, Tang Tang didn't draw a second Blitzkrieg yet?
I think when it reached that stage in the game, there wasn't much that could be done with Ultra being played around. You could have gone for this supply shortage Monsoon Rot, and that would have protected you from the Blitzkrieg Greyhound combo, but you're still really, really, really vulnerable. I feel like the places where sort of improvement could have been made, and I'm not trying to diminish Theory's skill. They've made it to top 8. They've done really, really well. That's something that I don't think any of us sitting here would be able to achieve. So, still a big props to Theory, but I think the early game was where the errors were made. I think they didn't play around the Observer Core and the credit denial properly. I think they could have done a little bit more proactive work there, and I feel like that would have set them up a lot better for the mid to late game. I felt like they lost a lot of tempo, and they gave a lot of tempo away to Tang Tang, and Tang Tang was able to utilize that. And we saw this big blitzkrieg that Spooz spoke about, the potential to leave yourself open for a huge blitzkrieg. And yeah, this healing for 6, you could say it kept you alive. But if you'd played this daylight bombing, you could have killed a 35T. That's 5 extra HP there. And then you could have slowed down the credit amounts that Tang Tang had, which would have slowed down the blitzkrieg as well. So you could see the healing keeping Theory alive, but you could also see it as the healing was the thing which put Theory into a position where they were fighting for survival.
And Spooz, do you think that, basically that scenario, once that happened, it was kind of just a question of time with I think at one point, like 3 Greyhounds in hand, plus the Blitzkrieg, plus we saw the Hellcat drawn on the last turn. It was just a question of, eventually this Blitzkrieg is going to make it through, and I probably only need a body or 2 to finish off the game.
Yeah, and I think Theory just brought himself into this situation with not playing properly around the first Blitzkrieg. I think that might have been a little mistake. Against frontline, you don't want to leave your opponent with 3 units on board, and he's having 4 Greyhounds in the deck that he can easily just blitz out to the frontline, and suddenly you get yourself, 16 damage or 18 damage that turn. You don't want to do this, especially when you don't have more honeys in hand, additional to draw. It was just not enough, and maybe a slight mistake there, and from there on he could not really recover. He was under constant pressure, and in the end just lost the match to the second Blitzkrieg.
Absolutely. So there you have the first quarterfinal, a little bit abbreviated, but we did get to see the deciding game. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket here and see where we are at. So we're well into this September OCC. We got Tang Tang defeating Theory 2-1, as you saw that third game. TB273 defeating relative newcomer 66 better, going on there to the semifinals. Korg unfortunately could not defend their August win here. Artemisia moves on 2-0, and we got J King versus Head up next as I welcome the Burrito one himself, Berto Burrito, as well as Starry here to walk us through J King versus Head. Starry, you seem to have had some issue with Bubbles talking about your love of credit denial. Do you want an opportunity to defend yourself here, or should we go right into the game?
I mean, I think that he's just trying to sabotage the player base against me. Nobody likes a credit denial player, but...
But we like you, Starry, so it's all
Oh, thank
okay.
you.
So why don't we dive into things here? We're gonna have J King taking on Head. Let's bring up J King's player profile here, as this is a player we know fairly well at this point. 262 matches, 82% win rate, finished in third place this season. I mean, Berto, we've talked about J King plenty, but is it fair to say that he is potentially one of the most efficient players in cards? And Berto is absolutely still muted.
You're
And
muted.
My apologies. I feel like I make that mistake all the time. Yeah, nearly an 83% win rate, only 45 losses. One of these days we're gonna see J King with sub 200 games and a top 6 finish. I'm sure of it. Um, it's absolutely insane to see that sort of win rate. And on Jagro as well, which is, what a lot of people are playing. So being able to differentiate yourself to that degree while playing what nearly everybody is playing is a huge commendation of skill there for J King for sure.
and let's stick with you, Berto. Let's go ahead and bring up J King's 3 list. Maybe you can break down some of the secret sauce that makes him so darn effective on ladder and in these events.
Well, I did hear a little bit from J King that he was trying to counter credit denial and Jagro, and he said that Mobilize absolutely crushes credit denial, which I have not played that matchup from either side myself, so I can't personally vouch for it. But I have to assume that J King has tested those matchups to be able to say that Mobilize is really good into those matchups, even though he admits that Mobilize is pretty weak into a lot of other matchups. So that is the first deck here that we see, the Mobilize with good cards like Commandos Kiefer, the 73rd Regiment, the Infantry. I know Starry is cringing at me saying it like that. The Potes for a huge draw potential, even a single copy of Phony War, which might help against Head's discard lineups that we'll see shortly. And we have the classic Jagro, J King going for the 4 expansion version, which I'm a big fan of. Some people drop all the way down to 2 expansions, but I think more draw is more good. And J King seems to agree with that sentiment. And lastly, we have a really spicy Soviet France control deck running the 2E RMT to get a little bit more gambit value. The Yak 9PL from the Polish nation exiled to Soviets. We have Enemy at the Gates, a little bit of an uncommon board clear that you don't see too often. You have the 31st Algérien. It's just a pretty crazy deck, and I'm really excited to see how it does. Hopefully it doesn't get banned here.
If Starry is not upset about your pronunciation of Algérien, then she's for sure upset about more draw, more goods. So let's kick it over to Starry to go over Head's player profile.
Head is coming in with nearly 500 games, 77.7% win rate. Numerical alliteration going on there. And a 6 season finish, just sneaking into top 6. We see that their favorite card is Fortunes of War. I guess we'll see if they end up playing that today. It's been seeing play in the Soviet US 272nd printer deck. So I'm curious to see what they got going on there. But we all know Head. Head is a great player. And he is an absolute sweetheart. So super excited to see him here with us again today. And I am expecting a great match from 2 really talented players.
Well, let's go ahead and dive into the decks then and see how Heads compare to J King.
All right, so out of 8 players in the OCC, 7 of them opted to bring Jagro, and Head decided that he's not going to bring Jagro, he's just going to bring a set of 3 control lists. The first harkens us back to a day in the distant past, Germany, Italy. And as we're looking through this list, we see like 2 sudden strikes, 1 flam panzer, you think to yourself, this like doesn't actually have that many anti-aggro tools in such a Jagger heavy meta, and then you see it. You see the 4 careless talks that I think are probably pretty explicitly put in there for aggressive decks like Jaggro, maybe some frontline. But yeah, and interesting to see some new cards like Naval Engagement, for example. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to do against Jaggro, especially to see how those 4 careless talks go, especially if you aren't going first. Going second, careless talk can be interesting. The next deck that Head has is another Soviet France deck, a little less spicy than J King's, a little more standard. And yeah, it's gonna rely on value and killing your opponent's units, healing up with stuff like Call to the Colonies. Soviet France can be a really good matchup into Jaggro, but it often has really thin margins for whether or not it can survive. And if you can survive, then like, you last into the late game, but oftentimes it's really, really close and can create some really fun games to watch. A lot of it comes down to whether or not you get some timely Call to the Colonies and Engineer Battalion. And then the last deck is something that we haven't seen all that much. It is a Britain Germany discard list, and it doesn't have all of the elements of discard like MI5 and Case Yellow. It just is leaning a little bit into the discard post Case Yellow nerf. We have Annihilation and Wolfpack. We do have 1 copy of Fog of War, which can create some really cool setups where, since you know what your opponent is going to draw, it removes an enemy unit from the battlefield and then puts 2 copies on top of the deck. And so knowing what your opponent is going to draw sometimes allows you to win the game because you know what's in their hand because you discarded everything else. So yeah, really curious to see how this control list is going to work for Head. I applaud the creativity of not picking Jaggro. So
Let's dive into the bans while we get the players ready to rock and roll. We talked a little bit about on J King's side. Berto, you gave us the insight that hey, this Brit list is really good against Credit, Denial, and Jaggro, neither of which Head is playing, but that's okay because the Brit Mobilized deck got banned. What?
Yeah, that's a little surprising to me. I would think that Jaggro would be what Head would probably remove. Maybe the Soviets, because it's a little bit heavier in those control mirror matchups, might be a bit scary. But I mean, I'm sure Head has played against Mobilize a lot, and he knows that that deck can just run away with games if it gets the right start. And the draw off of Potez, it can be very scary, but it can also hit a few duds in a row and really run out of steam at the same time. So maybe he just doesn't want to take that chance.
I think that Head's list of decks doesn't do a great job of providing a lot of pressure on the opponent's HQ, and so I think that Head probably doesn't want to have to worry about a Commonwealth that he may not be able to contest by having to deal damage to that HQ when he doesn't have a huge amount of units. So I think that it is a kind of weird choice on the surface, but I think there's a pretty good reason behind it.
And what do we think on the other side of things, Starry, with Head's Brit Germany sort of discard-ish deck getting banned?
Well, J King is playing 1 deck with Commonwealth, and so that coming, if you're playing the deck with Commonwealth as your main win condition, it would really suck to have your Commonwealth discarded. And additionally, it is just a really frustrating deck to deal with the supply shortages and the fortifications. It can be difficult for Jagger to contest potentially. What do you think, Berto?
Yeah, I was thinking something similar, that the quadruple supply shortage and all the healing in the deck makes it fairly difficult for Jaggro. And also with Mobilize, 2 of the things you really don't want to play against are healing, which Head has in the deck, and discard to hit your Commonwealth, which Head also has in the deck. So that's 2 of your lists that are pretty weak into this lineup. And once you have 2 lists that are weak into the lineup, you can feel pretty comfortable banning it.
So given these 2 Brit bans, which will of course make Make Bubbles very happy about always banning Brits. What do we think about this lineup? What do we think about the matchup? Does somebody have an advantage here, Starry? I'll start with you between the remaining decks of J King and Head.
Ooh, that's really tough. They're two really good players and they're playing sort of opposite strategies. And so I think the margins are going to be super thin. I think they're going to have some really good matches ahead of us. And it looks like we're starting out with the Germany-Italy against the Heads Germany-Italy against J King Soviet-France.
I'm
And
not I'm not ready to put a lot of faith into this Soviet France deck from J King. There are so many
it
uh
is, there's a lot of one copy cards, and it is definitely very spicy.
I'd
Yeah,
love to see it though.
no, it's so cool. I'm so excited to see how this deck performs, and I'm glad that it wasn't banned. I'm glad that we actually do get to see it uh, perform. I do like J King mulliganing away the Bloody Sickles. I think in this matchup, having them populate your hand early is probably not ideal.
I do think that you can keep Phony War in the discard matchup. Uh just because if they don't hit the Phony War with their discard, it can be really nice to, have it already. But at the same time, it does leave it open that you can get your biggest draw in the deck discarded early on in the game.
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating that Head is choosing not to hold up that Careless Talk. What do you think that Head could be saving it for?
Um, Maybe just a later turn where it's not going to hit potentially a Bryansk.
Hmm.
Because that's pretty much the only thing Jaking can play on turn 2. So if you maybe are holding a couple of them later in the game, maybe you can hit a KV, or get a bit of damage on a more relevant target than these Chaikas or these Bryansk irregulars.
Yeah, Chaika is one of the very few cards that J King is playing more than one of, and I think it's a really interesting meta choice. We used to see it before as a way to kind of counter Brit Air, but Jaggro has shifted to playing a lot more bombers, and the meta in general is favoring bombers a lot recently. And Chaika is kind of a great tool against a lot of the stuff that you see floating around these days.
Yeah, and even when it's not into bombers, it's a pretty good card. Like it generates a lot of 2-for-1s, even if you're trading into 2 infantries from Jaggro. Um, it's definitely a really nice tool.
Hmm. J King seems to have a lot of reactive tools in his deck, which when Head is kind of just stockpiling resources on his end. Uh, both players are kind of just having a Mexican standoff, just staring at each other from across the board.
Yeah, Jigging had the option to play the T60 for credit efficiency. It's a little hard for Head to dump his hand to be able to trade with the bomber. Um, but at the same time, you're not in a rush to get a T60 out. It's not a lot of pressure you're putting on the board. It's vulnerable into this 7 Schutzen that we see in Head's hand, which Jakin can also be considering, that he might not even want to move up the T60 once he gets it down.
Yeah, on one hand, these small units don't seem super crazy, but with a potential Rima, they could be pretty good.
And Head will not get a lot of value out of that Schutzen pushing it up into the front line. Uh, Ideally, you want to be trading into the front line immediately when you play that Schutzen, but Head, I think, showing respect for J-King and knowing that J-King is going to play around that for as long as he needs to, um, and deciding to develop it now when there's the least chance that J-King has a removal for it. Unfortunately for Head, J-King does have one of his Bree defending depths.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Head does have these cards like the Focke-Wulf 190 that you would rather not be eating eating a removal card. So knowing that, you know, something is gonna have to eat the removal, I think Schutzen is a reasonable concession.
Yep. Also, these FWs, the Head really wants to get down. That can apply quite a bit of pressure. But at the same time, you want to remove cards from your hand before you play them, so that you're not overdrawing at the same time.
This seems like a bit of a premature KV1. What do you think?
Yeah, I get that you want to get it down as early as possible, and Annihilation can't hit it. Um, and you probably want to get it down before turn 9 or 8 because of Decima and the naval engagement.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, it's
but
funny that I say that, but looking at Head's hand, Head doesn't have any options. So, maybe this is just one of those things that makes J-King good is understanding your opponent's options in their ability to deal with it. Yeah, I mean, Head doesn't have an immediate way to answer it for the time being.
but at the same time, how do you get past the risk of Decima coming out next turn? Because you don't have another defend in depth to trade off here. You could double trade and move up, but then that's vulnerable in other ways. You can just hope that there's not the Decima and play Sickle and the Naval Brigade to kill this Schutzen in the front line. But again, that's weak to Decima, which there is only one copy of Decima.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been nice to see his Foils of War come out last turn from Head, just that this turn, he might have that Decima, but also it's worth noting that because of the removal of Mare, the rotation of Mare, that Head has significantly more limited healing options available. I think he does play one copy of the 2-cost Fiat that heals when it deals damage. Let me double check that. But yeah, as far as healing goes, Head is way more limited than they used to be.
Yeah, and I believe Head also plays great copies of the Seven Falpini, which is
Oh, yep.
the 6-cost 4/7 that heals based on the damage it deals.
Yep, forgot about that one.
But yeah, J-King is nearly has lethal here.
Yeah,
2
and
damage
Head.
off.
Yeah, Head is at 9 cards right now. So J-King can safely assume that if Head didn't have an answer the turn before, and J-King doesn't play a unit into a potential countermeasure, that you guarantee that Head doesn't draw a card, and you can create some deterministic wins here.
Yeah,
And it
well,
just ceases to exist.
Head could have been holding up decisive defense there instead of from the deep, which would have kept him alive for a little bit longer, but he just has no answers to this KV, even if he had held it up. And J-King showing that dropping that KV on turn 6, even though it could take 3 damage or from the Schutzen, or 4 damage from the Schutzen, it just would not have been enough. And he calculated the answers in Head's deck and decided that going for it's the best option.
Yeah, and now Head is in a really difficult position because Jagro is really consistent, and it's really hard to win 2 games against Jagro. Especially when neither of the decks seem like a like a 70-30. They seem like 50-50s, maybe even 60-40s, but none of them seem like a 70-30 matchup that you would want to see if you were going to try and beat Jagro twice in a row. So J King seems to be in a really good position. One thing going for Head, though, is that Head is going first, allowing them to potentially get some early careless talks ahead of Curve.
Yeah, and the Bologna as well is a really nice pickup against Jagro, particularly when going first as well. So Head has the tools in this game to be in a good spot. J King presumably will respect the double careless talk after seeing the lurking danger with expansion, or the Type 94s are also acceptable to play into careless talk because you do get the surprise attack.
Yep, I
Even though you're
100%
getting
agree with that.
that. So maybe J King was thinking that with the other countermeasures in Head's deck that there's a decent chance that it wasn't a careless talk, although careless Head does run 4 copies of careless talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most common outcome is careless talk with the countermeasure lineup that Head is running. But bicycle is not the worst thing to eat a careless talk. Better than like an Aichi eating a careless talk, for example.
Yeah. Which looks like it'll come down to buff up Bliss Audacity maybe for the following turn.
Mm-hmm.
Only one play here for Head. Trading doesn't really matter too much. And I'd like to see the 7th Alpini. Your first Alpini is going to get double surprised attacked, but if you just have enough of those, Jagro will run out of answers eventually.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I do worry about, though, is that after that second Alpini comes down, if Head hits some like dud draws in the next couple turns, Head might not have the resources that they need, which seems to be their thought process when they pick Heinkel. But yeah, I definitely think that there's a solid argument. You know your opponent has 2 surprise attacks, and you know that your first Alpini is probably not long for this world. So
I mean, Head currently only knows about 1 surprise attack.
true.
But yeah, as soon as your opponent has 1 surprise attack, you're already thinking, oh no, what about the next one? One of the other benefits of the Heinkel is that it means for sure you have a play on this turn 5 from Head, because you are probably assuming you're not going to be playing Lion for a day there, even though that did end up being his play.
Will J King be busting off these surprise attacks early? No, J King is opting for the safer play, keeping the surprise attacks for a guard that is going to be trickier to get rid of. Cough, cough, 7th Alpini. And Head is getting rid of J King's value engine, which when you're a deck that's looking to win through outvaluing your opponent, cutting off your opponent's value engines as quickly as possible is kind of important, actually. Turns out, funny story. So.
It looks like J King is looking at playing a Martyr this turn. Could draw him 2 cards, which is pretty good. Alternatively, I think it's a pretty potent Shenano turn as well. You could even Martyr into Shenano if you're feeling really, if you really want to live on the edge.
Yeah, it's I don't know if you mentioned it, but J King is playing 2 copies of Martyr along with a single copy of Akita, which although back in the day used to be really popular, has kind of uh become less favorable. And you talked to J King, I don't know if he ever talked to you about this, but in my mind, Martyr and Akita are anti-Jagro tech cards to help you win those mirrors more. Would you agree?
Well, I think Martyr's just a good card. It's hard to call Martyr anti-Jagro tech because you need to be in good enough of a position for it to be good in the matchup. Because you have to be playing it on like turn 4 or 5 to be then lining up those trades, and it's hard to get to turn 4 or 5 and to have held your blitz units in the Jagro mirror for those trades.
Fair enough. Yeah, but maybe these slight tweaks to the deck are what has allowed Jaking to hit a staggering 82% win rate this season.
Yeah, that is pretty incredible, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more for expansion to Martyr single Akita in ladder over the following month after people see J King's list and his win rate.
Yeah.
I know it's the list I'll be copying.
Hitting a Sendai, which when you're looking to drop some Alpinis to help stabilize, definitely not the worst thing you can hit, but you're gonna need a second Alpini to fight your way through those double surprise attacks. And Head could really use something like a... What's it
Root
called?
out the enemy.
Well, yeah. What's the Maelstrom? Maelstrom. Head could really use something like a Maelstrom. But Head is not playing any Maelstroms. Head is playing no board clear, relying on those careless talks to deal with those early game units instead.
Yeah, and J King, with so much value off of expansions and Martyr, discard really struggles to, deal with everything efficiently enough if the hand isn't, tiny.
So we are gonna see the set go to J King here. Head is looking, realizing that Alpini plus Flampanzer is not good enough to get it done, and there's really no combination of cards that is going to be sufficient. If you Flampanzer the type and like Sky Barons something or Schutzen something, still not gonna be enough to avoid lethal.
This is technically not lethal, but surely surely the Shenana will do it here.
Yeah, that's 10 cards on board, which means at least 1 damage to the HQ there. So, yeah.
All right. And 2 quick ones from J King.
So we're gonna
He's
see
efficient not only on ladder, but in tournaments too, it seems.
apparently. Starry, you kind of mentioned after the first game that once J King won that game, that defeating Jagro twice in a row would be a challenge for just about any list. Do you think that's what it came down to? Do you think that was sort of the strategy J King went into, saying, hey, if I win this first game by bringing my Soviet list, because that one, and Berto, you had mentioned it was like a little dicey maybe, but if I win that game, like this series is pretty much mine, because out of the 2 games, hey, I've got an 82% win rate with this Jagro list, I can probably take it home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like talk down J King or anything, but Head is a really good player. I believe he got second in the last World Championships. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely wouldn't say that it's anywhere near guaranteed to win at least 1 of your 2 games, but I think it's like pretty highly probable that if you take one of that you're going to win 1 of your 2 games against
Not a
his
guarantee,
performance.
but you're putting the probability on your side, right? So you're saying that, yeah, I got a pretty decent win rate with this. And Berto, like, you've had some conversations about Jakin breaking down his lineup, what he was coming to the table with. Do you think that there was a moment where he came into this matchup looking at his list, looking at what Head was bringing, and went, wait a second, this is not what I was expecting or what I was prepping for. And do you think that changed his strategy at all, or he just felt good about his 3 decks and said, "Hey, I can make this work"?
Well, I would be surprised if J King was expecting to play Jagro today at all, maybe. But particularly into head, because that Jagro deck it's just such a beast, and when the Germany doesn't have any like early game board clears anymore, and head doesn't even run Maelstrom, I think it just creates such an issue for head in that matchup. And you don't even have Mary Nostrum to stabilize afterwards. Even when you had the root out and you had the Mary Nostrum, it wasn't the best matchup in the world. And now without those 2 key cards, he's going into that matchup and it just completely fell apart, which I think would happen most of the time when that matchup is played in the set.
And I think Starry, to your point as well, both these players phenomenal. So let's not say that it was anybody's game to win at the beginning. J King had the upper hand today, but yes, to your point, this was a rematch of the 2022 World Championship as we get a little bit tighter and closer to the 2023 World Championship. Let's bring up the bracket and see where we are at now that we have our 4 semi-finalists here. So we saw J King go 2-0 to fill that last spot. They will be going up against Artemisia. And on the top of the bracket, we do see Tang Tang versus TB273. That'll be our next semi-final matchup. Tang Tang getting there by defeating Theory on stream-ish. We caught the last game, seeing Tang Tang win that 3rd matchup, and then we got TB273, the full sweep against 66 better. But we'll see if Tang Tang and TB can, just hold their horses and let us see this entire series. We will welcome back Bubbles and Spooz. Welcome back, gents. Are we excited to hopefully see all 2 to 3 games of this series of this matchup?
Oh, I can't wait! But it's tradition for me and Spooz to get the quick and easy matches. This is sort of our thing at this point. Is we're just going to cruise. We're going to get 1 match instead of 3. It's going to be a quick round. It's we get easy mode because we're a little bit. I won't speak for Spooz, but one of us is a little bit slow when it comes to figuring out what's going on. So he just needs a little bit of help when.
I thought you were talking about yourself, Bubbles.
Yeah.
I was talking about myself. I'm not going to say that about Spooz.
But I wasn't sure because I'm also
I said I'm not going to talk about. So I'm not going to insult Spooz in front of him. I'll do that later when he's using the bathroom.
So we'll just make sure Mark in the back is pressing the buttons to mute Spooz's headset, and we can go right into it. But until then, let's get ready for the next matchup. Let's go ahead and give a quick introduction to TB, since we have not seen TB273 yet today. Let's go ahead and bring up the player profile here. And walk you through exactly what got TB here, other than the straight 2-0 over 66 better. There you see TB finishing 5th this season, 386 total matches for a nearly 80% win rate, sneaking in at 77.98. Phenomenal job there by TB. Bubbles, who is TB273?
TB is a fairly long-time cards player at this point. I believe they got their opening sort of in the Cards Open, which is where a lot of members of Team Heavy sort of perform best. They are primarily tournament players and not so much ladder players. TB obviously getting 5th in the season finish, which is very, very good on ladder. And we see a trend here, which is the top ladder players don't need that many games to perform. With 386 games and a 77.98% win rate, it's not that many ladder games, but it's a really, really strong win rate. And yeah, finishing 5th is very impressive. It means you don't have to play through the qualifiers. You can go straight to the top 8 stage. And like I said, TB is a member of Team Heavy. It says people like Corn Guy, Thanatron, Baron. These are all names you are most likely familiar with if you've been following the competitive scene for a while. And yeah, TB is an excellent player, very well-rounded player. And I think they have a lot going for them when it comes to playing against Tang Tang. We did see them win their previous match, so we're now in the quarterfinals or the semifinals. And yeah, I think TB, if anyone has a good chance of bringing down Tang Tang, my money personally is on TB.
Perfect. Well, let's stick it with you, Bubbles. Let's bring up TB's lineup and get some insight into what they are bringing to try and defeat Tang Tang here.
So this first deck, I'm not sure if you've seen this before, so I might have to spend a good 20-30 minutes on this deck. This is something called Jagro? Jagro? I'm not sure. It's a so yeah, this is Jagro. This is a hyper aggressive Japanese German deck. You try to move very, very quickly. You're very low to the ground. You do have a sort of mid-game boost of stuff like Naval Supply Run. You can close out the game with things like Shiden and Bombing Raid, and we saw Shinano with J King doing a lot of effectiveness at just finding that last little bit of damage. But you're very much an aggressive deck. You very much try to move very fast. I think most players in cards either play Jagro or play against Jagro. It's a very, very popular deck. We did expect it to go out of fashion when Feigned was rotated out. Feigned with Arado was the previous way of playing Jagro, but Jagro has just gone back to his roots. This is what Jagro decks used to look like before Feigned was in the game. You had Enigma, you had Expansion. You even saw sometimes people running 2 Enigmas. So I'm curious if we're ever going to see things go back to that. But that wasn't quite a control meta, so your opponents would have had huge hands. But yeah, this is a very traditional deck. We've seen it a lot today. I think it was 7 out of 8 players are bringing it. You've all seen this before. The next deck is a Heinz deck. Now, one of my favorite things about modern Heinz decks is the lack of Heinz in a lot of them. We still see some Heinz being ran in Heinz, but I enjoy no Heinz. And we see a lot of strong early game here. You got things like the Greyhounds, you got the Panzer A, you got the Red Devils, really strong tools against Jagro, obviously the Nashib as well. So it can be very powerful against the Jagro matchup. It's not a free win. Jagro can fight back against you, especially if they get some of these Type 93s down, and then you're going for one-for-one trades, which generally isn't worth it for this Heinz deck. But if you're able to get a good early game, you can very easily just outvalue Jagro, but then still rush down control decks. It almost feels like a mid-range deck in the sense that you can outvalue aggressive decks, but you can rush down control decks, but it is definitely on the more aggressive side. And then this last deck is what appears to be another Mobilize deck. Now, Mobilize, I've got good word, is very strong against credit denial, and this is why it's being played today. I'm not sure if TB has spoken to J King or practiced with J King, or if they've just completely independently reached this conclusion that, hey, this is really good against credit denial, and credit denial is very popular at the moment. But it's very interesting to see this tech deck being brought in. I'm curious if the intention is to have this banned against people that run credit denial, or if the intention is to get this through. It's going to be very interesting to see if we get to see the matchup today. If not, I think I'm going to have to play around with Mobilize and hope I can run into credit denial on ladder so I get to experience it for myself.
Right on. Let's see what TB's going up against. Now, we have seen Tang Tang's decks before, but Spooz, why don't you just give us a quick refresher as to what the lineup looks like, just so we can have that top of mind going into this first semifinal.
Yeah, so Tang Tang with the Brit US Rand deck that we just took a look earlier. Yeah, a very control heavy deck. It offers good versatility. It has a good amount of healing with the East Starry Regiment, some guards in it. It has the pin with the Monty, the Black Watch as an additional guard, plus it just lets your opponent's order cost +2, which could be very annoying for any order-based decks. And yeah, then we just have ASW as a very strong control tool that just removes a random enemy unit on board and gives you 3 additional credit slots. So you can very early on the game play your carpet bombings, play your flying fortress, and just overwhelm your opponent with your sheer amount of just credit advantage. And it's also pretty good against credit denial, because your opponent cannot reduce your credit amount that much that you can not just outrange it and just receive more credits than your opponent can just cut from you. Then we have a deck that has been around for a while. We have that US-German frontline list, a deck that has been very popular, still is very popular. I love to play it at the moment. It's very, very versatile. You have stuff like Half Track that can remove guards. You have the early aggression with 4 Greyhounds. You have the PIR. You have the 35T. It's really aggressive, and it's very, very potent in just bursting out a lot of damage. Even if your board is empty, with 4 Greyhounds and 35 Ts and double Blitzkrieg, in the mid-range game or in the late game, you can burst out so much damage, as we just saw in the first match there in game 3, where Tang just burst out 18 damage or something like against credit denial. So really cool deck, and very, very, yeah, very strong in the current meta as well, I guess. And then we just, have the good old Jagro deck. We've seen it a few times. We will see it a few times, so let's not waste any time on that. And just, let's jump into the battle, the first semifinal.
Perfect. Before we get there, let's take a peek at the bans and see exactly which decks these players will have access to. So Tang is losing that frontline list. TB is losing the Jagro list. Sticking with you, Spooz, you mentioned you like that frontline list. It is versatile. It is flexible. Do you think that's part of the reason why it might have eaten the ban here?
Yeah, I think it's also good against, with the Greyhounds, as I said, against Jagro. It just improves the matchups a lot when you have early access to 3 health, 1 credit units. And it's also good against the Mobilize unit or Mobilize deck from TB with just the half track that can bounce the Potes. These Blitz tanks can just remove your early 1 credit, 1 health Mobilize units. So it absolutely makes sense to get rid of that frontline list, to be honest.
And now, Bubbles, you did mention that, Mobilize apparently is good against Jagro, apparently good against credit denial. We're not going to see it against credit denial in this matchup. We will see it against a little bit of Jagro since we don't see it eat the ban, but Jagro, in fact, is getting banned on TB's side. Do you think that Mobilize list will be able to hang with the ramp and the Jagro on Tang side?
I think it may be difficult because Potes is a 4K card. This is sort of one of your main healing tools and main value tools. If you can generate Potes value, the game's essentially yours. You've won at that point. But the issue is with Potes costing 4K and this 1/1 mobilized British unit no longer being a 0K unit, you can't hold up on these. You can't store up a bunch of these and then heal for 4 or 6 in one turn. Traditionally, you would hold your Potes, you'd play maybe the French mobilized unit and then a few of these, and you dare to gain a nice amount of health and be left with a nice board to trade away with. Now it's a little bit slower, there's a little bit more delay, and because Jagro has more tools available to it, because you're not stuck to this feigned retreat game plan, cards like Shenano, Bombing Raid, these are all very good at dealing with it. I think Shenano has the potential to be more useful than Desperate Measures in the matchup. And I know that's a hot take. Desperate Measures is sort of one of the best cards of all time, just doing an insane amount of value. But just Shenano can do so much, and it has the potential to bring down a Potes, especially if you have a large body on your side and a large amount of units on your side of the board. So I think it's going to be a difficult matchup. I think Mobilize has slowed down from what it used to be and may struggle to keep up with Jagro. But certainly, if you get Potes value, especially with, say, a Monty to help you set it up, you can then very quickly take over the game.
And I want to also go back and touch on TB's German-US Heinz deck that doesn't have Heinz in it. Spooz, this seems to be more and more common lately to just leave Heinz out of it. Is there a specific reason why? Why are players kind of going that direction with the fast Heinz deck?
I mean, so what fast Heinz is doing is just giving your units +2, +1. And most of units already have 3 health, at least the early game units. So it's basically just giving them +1 health and 3 attack. But Blitzkrieg is doing mostly the same, but better. And I think people are just kind of, let's call it abusing Blitzkrieg, because I think it's a little bit, in the current state, we got rid of a lot of good guards, like First Rifles got rotated out, Seaford Highlanders got rotated out. We don't have that many good guards, and that makes Blitzkrieg even stronger. You can just, in the mid game, if the board is empty, blitz out 3 units, play the Blitzkrieg, and have so much damage for so less credits. And it might be the reason you don't need fast Heinz if you can kill your opponent with double Blitzkrieg or just 1 Blitzkrieg. So why would you spend 1 credit there, and it's only applying units in the front line? It's not helping you if you're stuck in the back line. So just use the Blitzkriegs. It's doing basically the same but better. So you don't need Heinz on this list.
I think that's fair enough. It also only applies to your German tanks as well, right? So if you got your gray hands hanging around, things like that, not working for them the way that Blitzkrieg will just boost everybody, make them cheap, and slap you in the face. Bubbles, as we now have the band set up, who's got the advantage here, Tang or TB with what they've got left? I know all the casters hate the question, but I have to ask it as we get the players into the game.
I think Tang does,
Oh, you might be-
because
You're
here
saved by
we
the
go.
game. You can finish answering the question if you'd like.
Game
but you can
3,
also
here we
get into
are.
it.
Nice.
I have no idea who's got the advantage here. I think both players have a 50-50 chance of winning. I think Tang has the slight advantage just because TB has to use this mobilized deck and there isn't the credit denial deck to face it against. So I think Tang has a slight advantage, but it's far from a free win. And I think TB is very much able to take this series. I think anything could happen. And here we go, starting in game 1 this time, which is thank you, Tang.
Yeah, TB not with the greatest starting, and sure, there's a supply shortage that can help a lot. Finding the first airborne here, also very important. That unit can just win you a game alone. It's just so good. And yeah, I think the supply shortage might be the key here, yeah.
These commandos could be very useful as well, because a lot of these Japanese units have 1 health. It could essentially be every time you heal, you take out a unit.
Yeah, but not too much healing at the moment. And as you said earlier, it was really a big hit that the 5th parachute just got nerfed to 1 credit, because usually on turn 4 you could just save your potes and then drop 3 of these for the +6 healing. You can't do this any longer. That's why I maybe like to see Observer Core as well in this Brit list, to just bring down the cost of your potes so you can bring out your mobilized units earlier. Because now the potes is, I think he has to play it now to benefit from the healing later and kind of force Tang to trade it out.
Just feels so bad if Tang is able to find a Type 93, because then you can just trade freely into the potes and you lose so much value of your TB here. I think if TB is able to get a strong supply shortage, if Tang overcommits, that could very quickly swing in the game. But I'd be surprised if we see Tang overcommitting rather than trying to generate some value out of these expansions in their hand. Finding 2 expansions is quite nice for this matchup. The audacity. It does 3 damage to a random enemy unit. Potes has 3 health, and keeping your Potes alive is so important in this matchup that this audacity could be a huge game changer.
But TB found the 2nd Commando's Kiefer, and that's also a nice synergy with Potes into Commando's Kiefer. It's instantly dealing 1 damage randomly. All he needs is maybe 1 or 2 more mobilized units, and then on turn 7, 8. Okay, he's not waiting for it. That might be a good target for the Audacity.
But if this Audacity comes out, then TB is going to be a lot more comfortable playing the Potes because the Aichi does die in the trade. Still not ideal, but it's better. But with supply shortage, it's going to take out both this Rainin Brigade as well as this Marder. And I'm curious if we're going to just see more delay here from TB with the Potes. You could put down the Sexton and be as slow as you want. There's not like Blitzkriegs and things to worry about. There is the Naval Supply Run, which is a lot of damage, especially with the Bicycle. But the Sexton pin does help a lot with that. We may also just see the Potes come out here, try and start generating some heal. If you can find another mobilized unit off the airborne, then it becomes worth it. But if you cannot find the other mobilized unit, then you've thrown away a lot of resources. Finds another supply shortage.
That is huge.
And with 2 mobilized units in hand now, next turn you can go Potes, double mobilized unit. This Aichi is going to die before it gets to do any attacks on the Potes. This is reaching that point in the game where TB is going to be able to start generating huge amounts of value, and I'm starting to favor TB. I think Tang has a couple turns to close out this game before TP is just going to start running away with things. It's not over yet, but it's certainly getting closer to TB's game.
There comes the Potes, double first airborne for the +4 healing.
Finds a naval power, able to heal just a little bit more.
What do you play this on? On the front line 15th?
I think you play it on the front line 15th. This way, Tang Tang has to trade away the Aichi, just holds it back.
she's
Says
holding.
maybe there's going to be a Shiden, maybe there's going to be a KA-83.
And finds the Type 93, Tang Tang on top of the deck. That makes the trade so much more favorable now.
It certainly does, being able to trade straight into the Potes.
Drawing first. Finds the Signal Regiment. Ooh. But TB has the Defend and Death against it. I think that's what he's holding it in his hand the whole time for, just for that Signal Regiment, because there's not really any good other answer to that.
Now, there's one more supply shortage in TB's deck. He's used 2 of them already. He runs 3 of them. So there's one more. There's also the Monty, which is a nice AoE tool, but using 2 out of 3 is slightly scary. There is this this Kitty Hawk that heals you whenever a unit is deployed. This could potentially be very powerful for gaining a bit of extra HP.
It's another... down to 3 now. How's he ever... I mean, he can pin 1 more unit. Naval power. And he can't even kill the signal now, because Tang Tang only has 3 cards in hand.
I mean, hold on. If you pin this Aichi in the back line, you're not dead on board. But with Panzer 35T in hand, that's going to be a blitz out lethal, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's only giving +3. You go to 8.
Even in this mid game where TB is able to survive and able to find the Potes value, we just see Jagro still moving too quick for this credit denial deck, and there you go, Tang Tang taking game 1.
Yeah, TB also really unfortunate in finding the mobilized units here. All he found was 2 first Marines, or what are they called? And yeah, not really getting good synergy out of the POTUS there. And that's the 1-0 lead for Tang Tang. But now TB know what he's up against. It's the Brit US ramp.
But
deck.
does
So
this
so you
make,
stick
does
with
it make
mobilize?
it does it make it feel any better is the question with this matchup.
I think you could switch to that German US Blitz deck.
Yeah, I think you try and take the win with the Blitz deck, and then once you're 1-1, you then try and take this mobilized match.
It's not so vulnerable against these supply shortages, because your units have a lot of health, and then you hopefully find a Greif early, blitz out units to the front line, and close it out with a Blitzkrieg. I think that's your best shot. And TB has a good hand for that. 2 1-drop tanks, Blitzkrieg in hand, a 20-second for the draw.
Now, Tang Tang's hand is really interesting. You do have a little bit of ramp, but the B-17 is unbelievably slow, and the Blackwatch is quite slow as guards go. I imagine by the time Blackwatch comes down, TP might have a fair amount of board state.
Oh, another Greyhound here.
My heart says dump these little boys. Get the Greyhounds out, just get as much down as possible. Now, I know you are open to supply shortage, but I feel like with 3 HP, you've got time to then set up a Blitzkrieg before you lose these units.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Gonna take the front line with the Greyhound. Now, Tang Tang gonna get to pick 1 of 3. We'll see what he takes here.
The mid one, I guess.
I'm going with the left one. I reckon left.
His left one or your left one?
Either. That way I have a higher chance of being
you
right.
have a higher chance. Okay. Ooh, smart.
Exactly. I'm playing the numbers game here.
Really
Thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering one of them might be an Observer Core, because Observer Core is very tempting. You can drop it down immediately. Air landing is...
How is there Observer Core?
Not Observer Core. They're Pioneers. Pioneer Core.
Ah, yeah, Pioneer Company. Okay, I see.
They're observers. They're the same thing.
Okay.
You can't convince me otherwise. The Pioneer Corps are the Observer Corps. They're the same people.
Yeah, and TB really... thinking how to get the most bodies on board for the
That air
max.
landing could be really quite scary here. You know, being able to push up the unit out the front line, take the front line, and then a
Oh,
3-5 body. And that's going to be
Absolutely.
quite difficult for TB to trade into, because a lot of your damage against this sort of deck is with Blitzkrieg, and you can't Blitzkrieg a unit in the front line.
And he got that one out of His Majesty's
Oh,
Chosen.
Monty, yeah, it's so
That's
much.
down. Yeah, 5 health is a lot of HP to get through with when your units only have 1 or 2 attack here. It just
And TB just has to pass the turn, skipping an entire turn here.
oh no, yeah,
No,
that's not the
indeed.
position you want to be in.
And Tang
Absolutely.
Tang's hand and game is just looking stronger and stronger. Finding this air landing has actually been such a huge game changer.
Yeah, that was a brutal find. So TB may be slightly punished for not moving 2 units to the front line, but how could you assume that he just got that out of His Majesty's Chosen? I'm wondering what were the other options, why Tang just thought so long about it. This was like the perfect find, right? Push that one back and then 5 HP in the front line. So
I think the thing which should be going through my mind when I see an air landing brigade is this feels really strong, but if I take this and it falls flat, then I'm going to look like an absolute idiot. Tang, thinking about their turn, I don't hate a Blackwatch here. We know TB is running, we can do it. That's something they can play while trapped in their support line. Put down the Blackwatch. TB just getting into a worse and worse position here. Panzer 3E, quite a strong find. It's going to allow you to start trading a little bit more efficiently, but you're still going to have to do multiple trades to take out these units in the front line.
yeah, that was probably the best thing to find here, because it just gives you a Panzer 2As plus 2 attack. You still need 2 of them, but maybe you can just save off the other units and one of the other units.
I'd kind of like to see 5th Rangers as well. I was going to say ASW Patrol feels really good here. You drop the ASW, next turn you can drop the B-17. It hits the... I mean, at least you can take the front line still of your TB, but losing your 4K tank out of all of these things, the 4K buff tank is really, really sad to lose. See TB prioritizing the tanks over the Red Devils here.
Yeah, because tanks can go to the front line this turn, and but also, I mean, tanks are more
just to play
versatile, right?
around the Panzer III to buff them up later.
Yeah.
But so many strong options here for Tang. You can play this 5th Rangers and just trade away. You can play the B-17. I think this is looking really, really difficult now for TB. It's not completely over. We have seen people come out with these blitzkriegs and just end the game in one turn, but it's certainly looking rough.
Yeah, as you say, anything can happen here. So Tang kind of has to make sure that they stay in the front line here. So TB is not getting the best blitzkrieg value in the world, but
I mean, something like a Greif moving up this tank at the back line into a half track, bouncing this Blackwatch, the board state can very quickly get out of control for TB still. It's going to be an uphill battle, but it's certainly not over at the moment.
Absolutely not. That's why I say that Tang also has to make sure that the front line is in their possession, and this 8/8 5th Rangers might do the job there.
Do you put support column on the Nashub just so that it cannot be traded away? You continue to get the buffs from it, but it cannot be killed. I would like to see the Nashub be put down a little bit more in the middle between TB's units, because right now this 20 seconds sitting in the front line isn't doing much. You do have to trade away the Panzer 38T before you can activate it. And I guess, yeah, Marder, go for the trade. You get an additional 2 credits, so you can push the front line if you want afterwards. But there's a lot of things being traded away here for one unit. That was 3 cards, 3 units traded, and a supply column used. That's essentially a 4-for-1 here for
That's
Tang Tang.
Supply column really doing good job here. I'm actually surprised how well this just performed with the reduction of the operation cost and the +1 attack. Actually did a lot here. So what can Tang Tang do? Get rid of the Wirbelwind and
here comes the B-17. If this hits the Marder, that's going to be TB's main draw engine here just gone.
Look at this, Tang Tang not even guarding the HQ any longer. I mean, there's not any chance that TB is pushing out 26 damage here.
Okay, you can push up the Nashub. Then you can trade one of these tanks into the Blackwatch, gain the credits. You can go for the Blitzkrieg as well as the other supply column. You can, or support column, you can kill that bomber if you want. Instead, just going to play the draw engine, and I imagine we'll see the removal of the honey here.
Yeah, that makes it kind of weak to supply shortage now, but you also want to stop that heal engine there.
There is Enigma in TB's deck, so if you find this Enigma, you could potentially come back into the game very quickly. But with the amount of guards sitting in Tang Tang's hand, as well as the ability to just trade every turn with this B-17, I mean, TB's putting up a fight, but Tang Tang is getting closer and closer to being able to close out this game.
And another guard being deployed here.
I'd like to see double E Surrey this turn, personally. You could also go for the Wrath on the Nashub, but I just feel like double E Surrey makes you a little bit safer against half-tracks.
Going to retreat here, the Nachschub.
You've got to. The other units just cost 1. Move them up again. But
so why
I
not
still
play
think...
double East Surrey? Why play the Lightning over East Surrey?
I think just to get a little bit more, aggressive trades onto the board. This Wrath Lightning can trade more aggressively since it's got this 3 attack. It's able to kill things like Greyhounds and Panzers that come out if TB finds any more of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it looks like we might just see the Blitzkrieg come out this turn. TB doing up the maths. Now you can... If you move that up, you can no longer go for the Blitzkrieg. I'm thinking you could Blitzkrieg first, and then you can trade this Hellcat into the guard. That refills your credits. You can then move up this Nashub as well. Ooh, that's a much better play. Moves up the Nashub, gets the trade, takes out the B-17, keeps the Hellcat on board. A really nice line here from TB, and Tang Tang has to find some draw. That was beautiful work from TB, analyzing the situation almost perfectly. And with the Panzer 38T, this is turning around, Spooz. This is really turning around. I'm a little bit shocked.
And now 38T even has the blitz ability because of the Panzer 3F. Look at this.
TB turns this around so quickly, and now Tang Tang is just in such a bad position. That was some beautiful footwork there, and this is one of the things which makes Heinz, I think, quite a high skill ceiling deck to play, is being able to work out lines like that to quickly close out the game. And yeah,
wow, just
TB not even trading, just going pure face. Tang Tang finds a mosquito.
It's a good start.
So it's a good unit. But with this pressure now onto Tang Tang's HQ, this game has quickly swung about. You don't want to waste your time trading into this Nashub. I would have liked to see some units put on the other side of the Nashub so that you can retain the buff when things die on both sides, but Tang Tang needs to top deck some carpet bombing. Clears 2 of the units.
In time.
should have probably traded
Yeah, I
first.
should have traded first, because now the mosquito's dying. Or is he going
However-
for the Nachschub here? Oh, that would be so risky.
Oh. But this has free attack. If you go for the Nachschub and Blitzkrieg gets top decked, you're dead.
Yeah, but if you don't go for it, and then I mean, yeah.
Goes for the trade.
Sudden
Sudden strike.
Oh
Oh,
my
I
God,
can't
what is that
handle
game?
this, Spooz. I cannot handle this match.
What is the top deck from Tang Tang?
Each of these cards are going to be so important.
No.
Finding a fifth
Oh,
ranger
fifth
is able to put
rangers.
an 8/8 in the front line,
Oh my God.
and that is going to seal the deal here.
Yeah.
Tang Tang turning it around back onto TB, the back and
Whoa.
forth, finding an Arvray as well. Oh,
Just imagine not topping the carpet bombing there. Let it be War Machines. TB would have won, but wow. But really, really good comeback here comeback attempt from TB. But in the end, 3 damage off the win here, and we have Tang Tang in the finals.
yeah, it was an incredibly close match, and TB put up a really, really strong fight, but Tang Tang just able to take it.
I don't even know where to start with that. So that was so well controlled by Tang Tang for the first little while, and I think Bubbles, you brought up the fact that Fast Heinz seems maybe a little bit more like an aggro deck, or feels a little bit more like a push face, but knowing when to take the front line, when not to, where to use your units, I think is so important, because you brought up the point that like you have so many little like the 1/3s. They're not going to do a lot of damage on their own unless you have them positioned in the right spot. And I think TB did a phenomenal job of that to set up the potential for, winning that game until carpet bombing just kind of dashed his hopes.
Yeah, it was such a back and forth. I'd say if you've only got 10 minutes or your buddy's only got 10 minutes and they want to watch a cards match today, that's my one. Watch TB versus Tang Tang game 2. That is, so far for me, that's the best match we've had today.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So what I also loved the most was that support column on that Nachschub. So what in the beginning felt like a desperate move turned out to be really good. Like 4 health units is not dying to the carpet bombing. Your opponent does not really want to kill it because it has 0 attack, but on the same end it's just buffing the adjacent unit. So that was really a cool effect on that Nachschub there with the support column.
Is support column, was that listed as TB's favorite card?
It was
I think
indeed.
it was.
Yeah.
We should have seen it coming. We should have seen it coming. But that was, a phenomenal play that you don't figure I'll drop it on the Nachschub and move that to the front line for 4 credits either. But again, that skill cap is so critical and huge in these type of events. It's not ladder. It's not just a random game. Like, these are 2 top competitors going head to head. So let's take a look at the bracket, see where we are at, because we do have our first finalist here today. And then we have a second semifinal coming up in just a moment here. But we do see Tang Tang defeating TB 2-0, going into that finals where there will be 250 USD on the line. TB 273 going to the bronze match. That one is a big deal as well, because for that bronze match, 3rd place gets $100, 4th place gets 750 diamonds. So the difference between some in-game currency and some real cold hard cash are up for grabs in that bronze match. Next up, we're going to see Artemisia taking on J King to find out who will be going into the finals to take on Tang Tang, as I welcome back Berto and Starry here. We just saw a heck of a matchup. I'm wondering, can Artemisia and J King put on just as good a show for us here in this second semifinal? Let's
Well,
go ahead, Berto.
well, I'm sure if we can get a nice long match on that Soviet France, that we'll be in for a treat. A nice fatigue game, a nice 45-minute banger, and we'll be very happy today.
Why do you have to put that out in the universe there, Berto? Why? Why?
Prefers to
Oh.
jinx things.
Let's let's learn a little bit about Artemisia. Since we've seen J King already, we'll spend a little bit of time focusing on Artemisia, who did finish 9th, was able to make it here through the qualifiers. There you see Fast Heinz as Artemisia's favorite card, the card that was notably absent from the Heinz deck we saw in the first semifinal here. 74% win rate. Starry, who is Artemisia?
I'm gonna be honest, I have seen their name around, and I know that circa 1 year ago that they were definitely placed well in some events, but they have kind of been, I guess, taking a break from cards. I haven't seen them recently in any major competitive events, but it's good to have them back. They finished 9th, so that means that they were one of the players that qualified through the top 38 Officer Club qualifiers. So congratulations to them for fighting their way through a slew of players, coming here, and they're doing really great in this tournament. So
Let's why don't we dive in and see then what Artemisia has armed themselves with their lineup here.
so the first deck is a pretty standard Japan Germany Jagro. They are playing extra copies of Expansion and Martyr, which seems to be kind of popular in this heavy Jagro meta, because being able to draw extra cards over your opponent can often be what decides the games. Additionally, they're playing 2 copies of Akita, one upping J King on his 1 copy of Akita, and they're playing 1 Naval Supply Run. But other than that, it's a pretty standard Jagger list, a little bit more value heavy than normal, and I think that's a pretty good choice in the current meta. Their next deck is a Britain-Japan credit denial list. Interestingly enough, they're playing 1 copy of Tora 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 in addition to 4 copies of Supply Shortage, which means that they're going to have a lot of ability to deal with those early units. And although Jagro versus Credit Denial is a relatively even matchup, maybe a little bit favored for Jagro, it looks like Artemisia is teching against the Jagro matchup. And I'm curious to see how this does against J King's lineup. I'm curious to see if Mobilize gets banned, for example, as it has a pretty bad matchup in Immobilize. And then the last deck is a typical US-Germany frontline list. We haven't actually seen a whole lot of these since the rotation and expansion, but before rotation and expansion, this used to be, like, if not the most popular deck, the second most popular deck. And it's playing really normal stuff. They replaced the 32nd Infantry with just some extra copies of Greyhound, playing 1 copy of Dive Bombing, for example. And interestingly enough, we also see the inclusion of Martyr in this deck. So Martyr is doing a lot of work in these aggro matchups, especially aggro mirrors, because when all of your trades don't actually, you go up a card every time you trade, which happens like once, twice a turn. Martyr is really, really good, drawing you all those extra cards in those aggro mirrors. So we'll see how this works against J King's lineup.
Right on. Now we took a look at J King's lineup in the quarterfinals, but Berto, why don't you take us through it quickly here? Give us a little refresher, because you did mention during the quarterfinals that J King's kind of targeting Credit Denial and Jagro, 2 things that we are seeing on Artemisia's side.
Sure thing. So yeah, particularly this Mobilize deck, J King told me is incredibly powerful against Credit Denial. And Starry was affirming that in the in chat a little bit earlier, saying that she's played the matchup too, and that it's absolutely brutal for Credit Denial. So we'll see if Artemisia needs to ban it. But you also have, this Jagro list, which, how can you let that grow when Jagro is just so strong almost universally into every matchup? And I won't linger on Jagro for too long. And we also have, as I've been talking about previously, this Soviet France list with some really spicy stuff with Gambit, with the 2E RMT. It just absolutely pretty out there. The Yak 9 PL as well. It's something for sure, and I'm excited to see it. I don't expect it to be banned. I
I
certainly hope not.
And we'll find out in just a moment. As we're getting to that, I will point out that J King does call that deck Gambit is cracked. So we'll have to see, assuming this deck is not banned, if that is indeed the case and Gambit is in fact cracked. Let's see if we have the bans yet. Or if we are, oh, look at that, we do. So Artemisia going to be losing that frontline list. J King wanting all the chances to get up against Jagro and credit denial. J King will, in fact, lose the mobilized list and be keeping the Jagro and that Soviet list that you talked about there, Berto. So, Starry, you sort of mentioned it here, right? That mobilized was eating the ban pretty much no matter what, if I'm correct.
I mean, unless you really, really expect your credit denial list to get banned, which when J King has mobilized, I think it's highly unlikely. The way that credit denial is currently built, in the past it used to play stuff like Hien, but when aggressive decks are so popular, now credit denial is playing stuff like Sincerely Yours, obviously. And so it is more tuned to gain the life that it needs to get to the Commonwealth to combat those control decks, but it doesn't have the direct damage out of hand in cards like Hien that it used to, and Mobilize does a really good job of getting to health totals that Credit Denial can't contest. And so even if you aren't actually outright killing Credit Denial early, you have so many cards and so much life that Credit Denial like can't really do anything against you. So it is a extremely favorable matchup for Mobilize.
And Berto on J King's side, he's just banning frontline because he wants credit denial and Jagro to be his two opponents' decks remaining. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean that's what he told me. I'm not having an easy time envisioning how the Soviet deck uh is so good against credit denial, but I will just have to wait and see how it does if J King loses this game anyways.
Otherwise, we're
Yeah.
going to see how it does against Jagro here in the first matchup.
Oh my goodness, look at that hand for J King. Engineers and double Briansk irregulars. That's just about what you're looking for against Jagro in the early game.
Yep. Only thing that would make it better is like a Winter Warfare or Sickle. I do think it's worth noting that the J King Soviet control list, I'm not sure what its matchup against frontline looks like. Sometimes, like when your main tools of dealing with your opponent's stuff are like Bryansk, I'm not sure how great it is against frontline, so maybe that has something to do with the bans. Opting for Heroes of the Soviet Union over either the Bryansk or the Sickle.
I'd imagine the 39th Rifle Regiment is really tempting. This is one of the best answers to Aichi in the game, but at the same time, Armor Train is really good into these low attack infantries and tanks. So both really powerful options there.
I think there's a level of foresight going on. It's really difficult if your opponent plays around Bryansk well to trade them more than 1-for-1. And so I'm expecting that around turn 5, we're gonna see Artemisia have a big board. J King probably won't have taken much damage due to having those Bryansks, but Bryansk is good at soaking up damage. It's not necessarily good at making efficient trades against your opponent's units. A lot of times it'll end up trading with something like a Type 94.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you trade 1-for-1 and heal 6, it's a pretty good card.
True. So J King is now in a position where he is going to be taking into consideration the double surprise attacks in every unit that he plays, trying to bait them out. It'd be nice if the armored train were able to stick on board, but I guess it's not the end of the world if it eats double surprise attacks. You know, J King does have a lot of guard units.
Yeah, and if these Bryansk can eat double surprise attacks, then that's huge for the Rima and the armored train coming down. But I imagine Artemisia is going to do everything in his power to save these surprise attacks. Ooh. Oh!
What a hit! Artemisia has extremely limited ways to get rid of that Engineers, which is a busted card in this matchup. And so getting to get rid of the Engineers without having to burn a card like Raiding Brigade on it, as well as being able to get rid of it early, is a huge, huge swing for Jaking. Or sorry, huge swing against Shaking.
Yeah, I suppose it's a swing for both players, just not the one that Jaking's a big fan of. And another... Sorry, go ahead. Okay. Another Aichi coming down after the 52k has come out. Looks like it could be a real issue here for Jaking, because Soviet historically and into the modern era of cards really struggles to deal with bombers. And Jaking had that 52k to deal with one of them, but to deal with this other one, he'll have to likely trade here, let it get an attack in, and then attack with the BM, the 2/2 Blitz artillery, to trade it out, which is pretty slow.
Alternatively, Jaking can, yeah. Yep. Sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, Artemisia has amassed an absolutely massive hand. We see the value of those 4 expansions coming in. And, if you looked at just hand size alone, you would probably guess wrong as to which player is the control deck. So Jaking is definitely going to have his work cut out for him fighting through all of that value from Artemisia.
This is why people aren't playing 2 Enigmas anymore in Chagro. At some point, when you have all these cards, it does become an issue of what do I even want to play, and do I want to extend more into a incoming potential winter offensive on turn 8? Because in this Jagger deck, there's not really anything that you have in your entire deck that doesn't die to winter offensive, except for maybe the Key 83.
Yeah, I believe that that's the only card that Jagger plays that doesn't die to a winter offensive. I'm
Rest in
curious,
peace.
aside from those Engineers, I'm taking a look real quick, what other healing options does Jaking play?
Call to the Colonies, right?
Yeah, 3 copies of Call to the Colonies, and that is it. That's it. That's all of them. So Jaking is gonna have to be a little bit careful about you know, his life total.
Yeah, that's still 22 healing potentially, right?
It is, but spending 4 credits is often all you can do in a turn, or that plus a small other thing, and so it can be a huge tempo loss.
Yeah, and also when Jaking's running out of cards at the same time, it's really difficult to choose between defense on that HQ and draw to keep fighting for the board, because you kind of need both against Jagra.
Mm-hmm.
Now this is huge if this BM dies versus if it lives. It probably does die.
It will. Yeah, aside from raiding brigade, bombing raid, and I guess the surprise attacks, there's very few things that can take out that BM permanently. And so it can be a real nuisance for Jagger, which has a lot of low cost or low cost and low statted units to deal with. And so it's really nice to be able to get that out of the way early before it starts picking off everything you have. So
Another expansion into Adina. It's so hard to deal with all the draw from Jagro. This is why I love 4 copies of expansion, 2 copies of Martyr. Now, there are also the situations where you lose control of the front line and you have 4 expansions in your hand. I think we've all experienced that.
yeah. But yeah, I guess the draw with Jagro after Feign Retreat is kind of distributed throughout the course of the game instead of being like kind of low on resources early. And then you get like a huge wave of cards late into the game. Yeah, this current iteration, you kind of just have a lot of cards all the time. And it turns out having a lot of cards all the time is good. It's crazy. Crazy how that works out.
Yeah, and I wasn't really playing the game too competitively before Feigned Retreat, but I know there were some players who stuck on to expansion for a while, such as Red Sun, when when Feigned Retreat came out, and now that I have the opportunity to see people playing with expansions in this Jagro list, I can absolutely see why people like to stick to it. And that's just game.
Unfortunately, J King's Spice was not able to contest what is currently the best deck in the game. Very disappointing to see, but Artemisia played it really well, so it's not like they didn't deserve that.
But
And
think of
so
it
now
this
we're gonna
way.
be. Go ahead. Yep.
Think of it this way. This means we're able to get another game of Soviet Franzen.
True. Always looking at the silver linings. So Artemisia is going to have to win once with credit denial. We'll see how this works out.
Oh, Gambit!
Ooh. Okay, so Artemisia does have this Observer Core into turn 2 Southern plan, but the fact that they are not going first means that at least J King will be stuck at 2 credits. However, it's not like J King's deck has a whole lot that it can do at 2 credits, so.
Yeah, you got the Chaika beatdown going, but that's a pretty slow clock as far as things go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Artemisia
no.
does need to be careful though about how they spend their resources after this, as they don't have any draw for the time being.
Gambit's gonna come out so slowly. It's so sad. We don't get to see the cracked card.
Yeah, so I'd like to see a double honey come out from Artemisia, as J King doesn't have a whole lot of stuff that they can do early. Alternatively, you could keep the. Oh yeah, okay, so the double honey would be nice because it allows the Lend-Lease, but instead Artemisia opting for a Black Watch and fulfilling the credit denial elements of the deck. It's a nice Observer Core. You can use it to set up the Lend-Lease and it doesn't clog up your hand, so you don't want to Lend-Lease if you're going to overdraw, because if you overdraw, you might overdraw Commonwealth, so that's not really a risk that you can take. Yeah, so it looks like Artemisia is going to be setting up the Lend-Lease next turn.
The 2E RMT. Oh man, this kind of hurts to watch.
It's pretty brutal. However, J King does have one thing going for him, and it is that engineer. It means that if he heals enough, he might put himself in a range where even if Artemisia has Commonwealth and all the heal in the world, it might not be enough damage to get through J King, especially with the guards, the fighters. I'm really curious to see where this game goes.
I think we might be seeing a little tilt from J King. The your
I think
deed
it's
is
pretty
immortal
reasonable.
emote. Yeah. When your opponent has the credit denial start into finding the draw, it's always like, okay, well, what could I have done?
Yeah, the Lend-Lease is pretty rough, and I think that Artemisia only plays one copy of Lend-Lease. Let me double check. Yeah, only one copy of Lend-Lease, so the fact that they hit it early, especially when they were like low on cards and really needed some draw, it is pretty ideal for them.
Yeah, because sometimes you play against credit denial and they hit the strong credit denial opener, but they don't hit the draw on time, and then it's like, okay, I get a little bit of time to play the game.
Yep.
Or it goes the other way where they find the draw and they don't find the credit denial. And it's like, okay, I can play the game. But when they have both, it's really asphyxiating, I want to say.
Yeah, J King is dead to uh triple observer core into Commonwealth, but I don't think that's particularly likely, so
The second Black Watch is just rude. But once this Black Watch is gone, then
yeah, unfortunately, some other decks, for example, like Japanese decks have stuff like Raiding Brigade and unit-based ways to deal with your opponent's units. Even Britain has cards like Mosquito or AVRE. But unfortunately, Russia, most of their units are defensive, and the way that they remove their opponent's units is through orders, and so stuff like Blackwatch is particularly effective against Soviet decks. And in general, I would say that unless you can get some crazy value, some crazy healing going with engineers, that Soviets are usually favored against, or sorry, credit denial is usually favored against Soviets.
now J King can get out of Commonwealth range and kill the Black Watch this turn. It means that you're not trading out this honey in the front line, which is a little sad. But I think you gotta deal with that Black Watch as soon as possible.
Yeah, when your opponent has 3 honeys on the board, and it's a reasonable assumption to assume that they have draw in their hand. In this case, Artemisia has that Crusader draw engine. I think that J King's best bet for holding onto this game is to try and get to a health total that is not really contestable by Commonwealth plus, Lancaster, Wellington, the other ways to deal direct damage to the HQ. So trading out grants a temporary solution that also might end up being, the way that J King is able to hold on to the game.
Yeah, and I suppose the Black Watch isn't as much of an issue anymore now that J King is coming up to his 272nd turn, where he can just play it without using Gambit at all. And he's running out of orders in his hand, so maybe prioritizing the honey kills makes a little more sense. It does in J King's mind, at least.
Yeah, this second RMT is nice, but the problem is that Artemisia has used very few supply shortages, either 1 or 2, and so trying to develop a board isn't, you know, necessarily great. I wonder what happens. What happens if you play Gambit but your opponent's support line is full?
I don't know for sure, but I would imagine the card just doesn't come out. You don't really. I wouldn't expect the Crusader to get pulled out and destroyed because of too many slots in the support line. That doesn't really sound like an interaction that sort of happens in cards.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm sure that J-King knows though, because J-King has messed around with Gambit quite a bit.
The 2E RNT.
Yeah, a card that has it ever seen play in any OCC ever?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't see a big reason to destroy that Engineers. It has 2 supply shortages on it. So you could prevent your opponent from gaining health this turn by killing it, but it seems better just to kill a unit, I would think. Let your opponent have a couple more defense on their HQ. And a fortification, just what you need when you're on 49 defense.
Yeah, the trouble that you can get into with credit denial is if you can't find a way to kill your opponent with with Commonwealth, you burn through your cards super fast, especially when you have Crusader. So if J-King can just survive, Artemisia is gonna go to fatigue way before J-King ever will. But actually surviving to get to fatigue is a whole different issue.
Now, I know part of the reason to play Gambit is to pull out cards like Sexton, but when you're so behind on board, it becomes really hard to pull out cards like Sexton and Leopold and kill them on the same turn. So when you're behind like this, like J-King is here, it really becomes even more of a liability than a benefit to play Gambit, which I guess makes sense for the name of the card.
Yeah, if you are credit denial, you love to see this. If you, especially when you're against control, if you have the ability to get damage in with the Crusaders and the Honeys, that little difference can often be what decides the game. Because you have approximately 10 extra damage through your blitz planes, and you can assume that your opponent is going to heal up a little bit more with a Call to the Colonies. And so with your blitz planes and your Commonwealth, you're right around the threshold that you need to win through 20 damage with Commonwealth. So the fact that Artemisia even had 1 turn to get in with those Honeys and Crusaders is actually huge.
Yeah, and it really felt like what J-King needed on that turn was Winter Offensive to clear the whole board, which would have put him at 21, just out of range of Commonwealth, which is definitely a scary spot to be. But surely that was J-King's hope there, and probably Artemisia's fear.
Yeah, if J-King can't remove the Sexton in 2 turns, it's going to be enough to get J-King below 20.
This redeployment is just silly. I don't even know if it's good. Like your health total, it doesn't even matter anymore at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, not particularly. It just shows you a new batch of cards. Maybe some way to break through.
86 defense, and if J King doesn't just concede, we'll also see it go higher. We might even be able to see the legendary
99.
99 defense.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for J King. Your opponent has a full hand. You're about to go below 20 health, and your opponent has 86 health. So, oh, that is brutal.
And I will say, J King's kind of no fun getting rid of the honeys instead of the Crusader. But he's maybe thinking that maybe Artemisia makes a mistake and overdraws Commonwealth. It's hard to see what else could happen for J King to stay in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Artemisia and you have these convoys and Sincerely Yours is in your hand, like 60 to 70% of the cards in your deck are British orders, and of those British orders, a lot of them draw themselves, which means that if you're at 8 cards and you have a Crusader down, you aren't going to be able to draw, you aren't going to be able to clear your hand of anything. But yeah, that does look like it is going to seal the deal, as I don't think J King is going to be able to heal out of it and contest those bombers. So
yeah, Artemisia doesn't even need the Commonwealth. Which is a funny thing when you're on 86 defense.
Artemisia, both players seem to be using those emotes. Doesn't seem like J King is very happy about that, and I think that's reasonable. It was a pretty crazy good hand from Artemisia, and it's really hard as a Soviet control deck to contest credit denial.
Yeah, I mean, I've never lost a game to credit denial without being salty afterwards, so I can't blame J King there.
What, you mean facing off against an opponent that has 86 health is a little bit upsetting? I had no idea. No, and I don't want to take anything away from Artemisia because I think he played that game phenomenally. But Starry, actually, it might have been Bubbles. I'm losing track here, but one of you two mentioned, like, within the first. Actually, it was Bubbles because I know you used the term asphyxiating or something around the fact that when your opponent just draws a hand that has both, credit denial and dropping like the black watches and all that stuff, you just literally can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it turns out that you need credits to play the game, and when you don't have them, you don't play the game. The good news is that usually if you get a bunch of credit denial like that, then you don't have a lot of other resources because you're spending like Observer Core and the Southern Plan and the Southern Plan. But if you're Artemisia and you get some good top decks and you get an early Lend-Lease, then things start to look really dominating.
Yeah, and it felt like J King was never really in a spot to be able to come back from that just inability, like you were saying, Starry, to be able to play orders and things like that with the black watch on the board. Just no tools to kind of dig yourself out of that hole. However, we will see J King again in our bronze match in just a few moments. So J King will have an opportunity to try and make Gambit do a thing in possibly this. Actually, for sure, because there will be no ban. So Gambit is potentially still cracked. We will have to wait and see. But let's bring up the bracket. Let's take a look at where we are at here before we get into our final couple of matchups here, as unfortunately J King does fall to Artemisia, who will be in our finals going up against Tang Tang and a grand prize of 250 USD. We do have TB taken on J King in our bronze match, so $100 on the line there. 5th through 8th will be taking home 500 diamonds. 4th place gets 750 diamonds. Everybody here today will be getting some OCC points kind of helping them work their way towards the OCC Ultimate. That's it. That's all I got to add. So let's start taking a peek at, or let's get ready for J King versus TB. But I think while we're letting J King sort of catch his breath after that matchup before we get into it, Mark just mentioned we'll take a peek at some of the player profiles that we did not get to see today. So let's have Mark bring up some of our competitors. 66 better. Somebody who I've never seen before in an OCC, but finishing fourth, 76% win rate. Spooz, Bubbles, I'll kick it over to you. A little bit more cemented in the community. Do either of you know anything about 66 better?
I've definitely seen them on ladder for a while. It's definitely one of those names that you run into on ladder and you recognize it. And that's sort of how a lot of these players break into the OCC, is they linger around on ladder for a while. You face against them a fair few times. They become a recognized name against the existing sort of competitive player base, and then they get a good season finish. They make it to an OCC. And, you know, here they are. And before you know it, they become a household name. Very, very strong win rate. Very nice season finish. Yeah, it just seems like a very well-rounded player profile. Anything to add, Spooz?
Nope, nothing.
There you have it, man. A few words.
Unfortunately not.
But I think something important to note here as well, Bubbles. You were talking about this is how players get kind of that break into the OCC clash. But you know, finishing fourth, a lot of times we see these players, you know, finish and make it through the qualifiers and maybe sneak their way in that way. But pretty solid commitment here to sneak into fourth place and make it to the September clash. Now I believe we have one more profile to look at who we did not see. It's Gorg.
There you go. A fan favorite here.
Absolutely.
Finishing second, very, very strong season finish. And I believe our winner of the last month's OCC, 80% win rate. And again, not a huge number of matches, 274. That's normally around the amount we see J King doing. And the favorite card, you know, just going to make him more popular with the community. The 3.7 inch AA gun. It's not a very common card, maybe not the most known card, but I respect the love for pinning all enemy air units. You know, it's a Montiel and artillery against the right deck.
Yeah, I think Korg kind of is into the pin archetype because he just brought a really cool Japan pin Commonwealth deck, kind of. Unfortunately, we did not get to see it, but I think pin might be the favorite keyword in cards for Korg, I guess.
And
Go on.
I was just gonna say, Bubbles, you said that, you know, it's not a common, maybe favorite card, but I don't think there's anything common about Korg. Nothing is common about him.
That is true. He's a very unique player, especially in the strategies we see Gork bringing to the scene. Like Spooz says, pin is something that's very popular with them. And pin is one of those sort of speciality decks where you seem to have a few players pick it, run with it, and perform really, really well with it. But then I've tried to pick it up myself, and I just couldn't get into the swings of things. There's something very strange. And I was playing with Baron, who's a huge, huge fan of pin. And I was like, there's units everywhere. I don't know what to do. And he's like, well, you don't kill them. You leave them. You leave those there. You're just going to pin them and leave them on the board. And it just couldn't click with me, this idea that I'm not killing units. I'm just letting them live. It felt like when Scorched Earth used to be very popular and you would slow down the whole board state. But it's a very unique deck to play. And I think it takes a sort of unique view on the game where you don't need to kill units. You just pin them and sort of disrupt your opponent's game plan as much as possible. And you'll eventually win the game.
And I want to just add one more thing about Gorg specifically, because I think that my highlight, the reason his name is etched into my brain, and I want to say it was the end of last year, maybe December OCC, where just Ollie was yelling about Gorg into the mic over and over for the entire event. And that just absolutely cemented Gorg in my mind. So hopefully we will see more in the very near future, maybe even at the World Championships that we got coming up. But before we get there, we do have a bronze match to take a peek at. And I think at this point, while we are fairly familiar with the players, let's take a quick refresher of the deck list because there will be no bans here. So this is going to be a best of 5. Everybody's got access to everything, bringing it all on the table. TB273, Spooz, you want to take a quick spin through that for us?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we just see the very popular Japan, Germany aggro deck. We've seen being very successful today, and not just here, also on ladder, a very popular deck at the moment. Even after Feigned Retreat rotated out, that Desperate Measure rotated out. Who cares? We just put in expansions back just as the original form of Jagro, and we just use Shinano now as the very strong Desperate Measures replacement. As Bubble said, Desperate Measures was pretty strong, but in some situations, Shinano is even stronger if you have a lot of units yourself on board. And Desperate Measures always just deal 2 damage to your opponent's face. Shinano can deal up to, I don't know, 8 damage. So it can be even stronger and burn your opponent even more down. So yeah, this deck is still very, very popular and still very good. Then we have a very interesting German-US Fast Heinz style deck, but without Fast Heinz. We just saw support column being very strong earlier, although TB could not really win with this deck. It just showed the potential of it when your opponent is just not prepared for it with a lot of guards. So you just want to stack your early game units and then just overwhelm your opponent with Blitzkrieg very likely. But as you can see, this deck is just with the support column also other ways to easily win. And then we have a deck that both players are bringing in this bronze match here. It is Mobilize. Still one of my favorite archetypes in the game, although it just got hit very hard, I would say, with the change to the 5th parachute. In its original form, it was a 0 credit unit with 1 operation cost. So on turn 4, it just offered you just some healing when you found the potest and some of those, plus the additional bodies of the 5th parachute. Unfortunately, this is no longer possible because now they cost 1. So your earliest that you want to play your potest is maybe turn 5. And against aggressive decks like Jagger, as we just saw, it might just fall too far behind too fast. So maybe you need to find your first airborne and just hope it survives until turn 3, and then you can trade 2 for 1 with it. But overall, not too good against aggressive decks. But it has its potentials. It has to defend in death. It has a lot of healing potential. And once you get later into the game with the Kitty Hawks, with the Potest, and just a few more mobilized units, you can heal like a lot. And with this Commandos Kiefers, you can also and with the Kitty Hawk, you can push out some damage to the opponent's HQ and units. And then, win with this, with the Commonwealth. That's the main win strategy. But also, 1 first airborne or 2 first airborne can win you a game alone when your opponent is not having answers for it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And J King, to your points, who's bringing something very similar, if not identical, on his side. Bubbles, why don't you take us through J King's list for a quick spin?
So J King has very, very similar lineup. We've got this mobilized deck. We've got Thony War on here. We do have the 2E Brigade as well. So it's just a little bit slower, but it's still a very similar deck. I'd be very happy to see some mobilized mirrors because that is something I have not seen in a long time. So it'd be quite enjoyable to watch that. We've got this Jagro deck. We've seen a lot of Jagro, very, very popular deck. And then we have this Soviet France Polish deck. I'm calling it a triple deck because it has 1 Polish Yak 9 PL in it. This is a very strange deck compared to what we're used to. We have seen Soviet France be popular before. It's something which used to be very, very popular, but we're seeing some cards in here which just aren't as common, such as the Yak. You got the 2E RMT that's not very popular either. And then even cards like Partisans did go slightly out of fashion for a while. We did speak in the warm-up, in the pre-show, about players testing out decks that they might want to bring to Worlds. And I'm curious if this is something to do with that at all, if this is a deck J King is trying to test for this World Championship coming up. Now, the Yak 9 PL, for anyone that's not familiar with it, it's a 3/5 for 4, and it's a fighter. It's got Exile and Blitz, and it gives your other Exile units Blitz. Now, I'm going under the assumption that J King is not fussed about giving other XR units blitz and is mainly playing this as a 3-5 for 4 with blitz. He's just playing it as this strong blitz fighter. Something Soviets lack is strong air, so maybe this fills that little slot for giving you a slightly stronger air unit. But I'm very curious to see how this deck works out, and I'm very curious if TP's just going to look at it and go, I'm just going to ban that and not deal with that.
No bans.
No bans.
No bans.
No bans.
Then TP's going to look at that and go, I wish I could ban that. I'm going to have to deal with that. But it's a very interesting deck, that one.
As the players get into it, we did see J King run this list in the previous. There you go, no bans. As you did see in the previous series, that it didn't feel like it quite had all the tools necessary to handle some of the credit denial and things around that. You know, Bubbles, if you're thinking J King might be maybe planning for the World Championships a little bit, how do you think he's feeling about the Soviet deck thus far?
I think the first match, not filled with confidence, but it's very easy to have one match that have a deck fall flat and think this deck is terrible. But you shouldn't necessarily discard a deck because of that. A lot of decks, you've got to keep working on them, keep ironing them out, make adjustments, especially when you're trying a lot of things. It's very easy to try one thing or two things at a time and get a very clear sort of assessment on what's working. But when you're trying out multiple different ideas at once, which it does feel like he's doing in this deck, you can't scrap the deck and go straight to a new deck on its first sort of failure, because it might just be one or two cards need adjusting. And people, I think, underestimate how important just a couple card changes can be in a deck's performance. It can really change a deck from struggling to keep up into just almost impossible to deal with. So I think even if J King doesn't see the results they want today, I imagine we'll see them still trying to work on the deck and hammer out something which is playable and maybe is something a little bit more unique going towards.
Yeah, I think the deck just looked worse in the matchup against Artemisia than it actually is. It is heavily targeting aggressive decks that TB is actually bringing, like with the amount of guards and just healing or potential healing from the call to colonies. I think it's really good against TB's lineup with the Mobilize, with the German Blitz deck. This is not having too many answers against guards, and that deck is full of guards. And I think J King was just a little bit unfortunate in this Jaggro matchup where he did not find enemy at the gates. That is a good removal, kind of a root out replacement. It's just, kind of does the same like root out, but every surviving unit is just receiving attack instead of losing it. But it's a really good tool against Jaggro because not a lot of units there have more than 2 health, and it's just clearing the board very easily. So it was just a little bit unfortunate. The credit denial matchup, we couldn't do a lot there with just the deck that is targeting aggressive decks. So we might see. I think it might perform way better in this matchup here than it did in the Artemisia matchup.
Well, we'll find out as we get into the bronze match here. J King going to be bringing that mobilized list that we've talked about so very much, while TB is starting off with Jaggro.
I mean, this parachute on turn 1 can be very powerful. It shuts down sort of 2 of these 3 1k units that TB can have. The cavalry is very good against it, but the bicycle and the Yokosuka both struggle because this will be a 2-2. So if you push up to the front line, you're just offering a very easy trade for J King. And we see that actually forcing TB to put down the Type 93 instead.
So do you ever keep it in the support line just to let it grow even further?
There's a lot of logic to keeping it in the support line, but this Aichi is going to cause some serious problems. Now, there are only 2 Aichis in TB's deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see J King holding it back and not playing around it. But that Aichi is going to be a big problem for J King if he doesn't push the front line. It's a little bit of a snooze, you lose, you move, you lose. It's not an ideal situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
The second Aichi
is so annoying at the moment. I think this is my least favorite card at the moment because it's almost forcing you to spend 2 cards on it. Since Patrol is gone, there's not really any good efficient removal against it. And if you find yourself in a situation where J King is right now, it is so strong. Like, how can you even remove it?
I mean, one of
Damn.
the key cards that deals with this Aichi that Mobilize has is going to be supply shortage, because one of the interesting things about supply shortage is because it dies at the start of TB's turn, you don't actually get this destruction effect. So if J-King is able to find supply shortage, I think that's one of the few ways of efficiently answering this Aichi. Now look at this, J-King's early game start just being completely shut down. Just gonna ultra, and I think we do have to chuck down the first airborne. You can't really sleep on the board too heavily against Jagro, or you will just be swamped.
So what do you do with your TB? Do you care about the first airborne here, or do you just...
I think you may do in the future, but right now you don't, because it's going to need a few turns before it's useful. And you do have ways of dealing it with things like the bombing raid and the this Aichi Audacity. Sorry, I completely slipped my mind there for a moment. Audacity and bombing raid are really good ways of handling it. And now J-King isn't floating the credits for this ultra. It may be the opportunity to swing in with this bombing raid and just take it out. We may also just see a supply run come out here. And this means now that this can't trade into multiple units because it's going to be killed on the first trade. Monty is going to be really, really crucial here. But if you can find a supply shortage, this board state very quickly becomes non-problematic.
He really needs to find it now. This is only a Sexton.
Potez will be pinned if it comes down. However, it does block this Aichi. Still serving some purpose.
Also delivering 2 health to J-King's HQ here. Aichi got discarded.
I think you're okay with the Aichi discard here.
Yeah, absolutely. You still have access to the bombing raid and the...
I wouldn't hate bombing raid on Potez. Guarantee the kill on the Potez, get rid of it. You could also just go for the Whirlwind. But I think the Potez, I think the bombing raid on the Potez is better because it gets rid of this unit as well. Now, J-King under a lot of pressure here. Now, Arvray does buy a little bit of time, but it doesn't deal with the board state. It only buys time. Still going to take 5 damage from the Aichi as well. And this is what we were worried about before with the mobilized deck, and we're seeing it once again in this second matchup against Jagro, is it's too slow to keep up, and the healing is nice, but it's still just a little bit too slow. So I think we're really seeing the sort of effect of this mobilized unit costing 1k instead of 0k, where this used to be a very winnable matchup. And now it just feels like you're fighting an uphill battle, especially because, like Starry mentioned in the previous match, the draw now from Jagro is more over time instead of a sudden burst of it, which means there's more of a constant pressure instead of a hand dump into a feint retreat later on. This Audacity is going to do so much damage.
Huge amount of damage here.
But TB, thinking about just hitting face for 5 and going for the damage. And this is one of those situations as well where lacks of shelling really hurt. Supply shortage.
Too late.
Is it too late?
Still clearing 4 units.
You can supply shortage.
You can make that only the Aichi stays on board, but how do you get rid of that?
The Aichi does 4 damage. You need to put down the Kitty Hawk as well.
Oh, no, you blocked that.
Audacity 50-50. If you go for the Audacity 50-50 here, you can just end the game.
I think that's the best option. You have well within type 93, that's only 3 damage.
And here we go. Audacity comes in. Where's it going? Oh no, it hits the Arfray.
Wait, it's still having it next turn, right? I mean, is there any way to...
You've got to kill the Kitty Hawk now. You have to kill the Kitty Hawk now. Prevent any more healing.
Oh, chin up. The VM.
this Sexton is going to come in really, really powerful as well to stop this smoke screen bomber.
There are two of them, right? Oh no, they're not. But yeah, I always forget that when it dies on your turn, you don't get it. Ooh, what is TB looking for here?
Sheeden would be a really, really nice find right now. Shinano would be quite powerful as well, especially because it pierces the heavy armor on this this tank really nicely. We see the Sexton coming out, Ultra going up, which prevents the Shinano. KI-83 is a really strong find that's going to force Jaking to deal with it. Now, you can drop the Type 93 and the Whirlwind, trade into this unit in the front line. That does leave you with enough credits to also drop the KI-83. That would force Jaking to play the Monsoon Rot to hit with the Sexton. And that leaves a Type 93 on board, right? So if you top deck a Whirlwind, I believe we've used both, but if we top deck a Panzer 35T, then we find lethal right there. Here comes the Monsoon Rot.
Forced to play the Monsoon Rot.
And there's a lot of cards that TB can look for here. Shinano, Panzer 35T, Sheeden. Finds an expansion. It's going to be able to draw.
Good as well. Martyr
and 15th.
Could trade into parachutes, gives you an additional draw.
Finds a Panzer 35T, able to hit Jaking down to 2. And this is looking really close. Now, Jaking is able to clear the front line here. Finds a honey, so it's also can be able to heal. Has to decide how they want to go about this. You can trade into a unit with the front line and then play this airdrop to push the front line back. But TB gets so much card draw if you do this. Pony War. You
Pony War for the
Pony War
memes.
right now. And I think you have to do this.
Yeah, you have to, otherwise you're dead. I mean, he has to kill that and play the airdrop.
But there's going to be so much card draw here for TB. And TB, there's so many cards available that can just end this game.
But if you don't do it, you're dead.
If you don't do it, you're dead.
Easy peasy.
Or, hold on, you don't have to clear the front line. You can hit, you can retreat the infantry and hit the tank.
That's...
This shuts down TB's potential draw. But there's still so many cards available for TB. More expansions would do it, as you are able to push up this infantry again. Another 35T. There's so many cards available here for TB. Finds the other 35T, blitzes out lethal. And this was extremely close, but TB just able to find what they needed. And again, this mobilized deck, it feels so slow against Jagro now.
Almost fought back here. That was really a close one. But found the last one. Oh, no, not yeah, 2 more. But one of the 2 remaining 35Ts there in TV stack seals the deal here. Gives them the 1-0 lead over Jaking. And Jaking not kissed by a misfortune today here. Lady Fortune, how do you call it? Lady Fortune, right?
Lady Luck.
Lady Luck. Okay,
Yeah.
let's call her Lady Luck.
Her birth name is Frances Fortune.
Okay.
But commonly goes by Lady Luck.
Some nice knowledge here. And now
I made that up, Spooz. I have to break it to you. I made that up.
Who would have thought that you lied to me? All right, so we have TB with the German US tank deck, Blitz tank. How do you call this? Fast Heinz without Heinz? And Jaking just
no
sticks to the mobilized decks. So why do you think is Jaking playing mobilized after mobilized? Although he knows he's better into those lists with the Soviet deck, maybe? He just want to bring his worst deck through here? Or
there's the potential that he's on tilt as well. And he's just like, I want to win on this mobilized deck. I want to get it over and done with. You can go for the Potes or the 2E with the Observer Core. They're both strong options.
wants to have a guard on board.
Oh, and not putting down the combat engineers, starting to... I feel like combat engineers into the Red Devils may have been the slightly stronger move. This is if TB is able to find some mid game here, this could be a really, really strong hand. You're able to turn off the mobilize on this guard really easily. Blitzkrieg could be the card you are looking for here.
Absolutely. With this handful of 1-drops, this is
I'd
your
like
main
to see
win
a supply
condition now.
shortage come out here. Yeah, you get rid of the Greyhound, you make it so that this Red Devils, when it trades, does get killed. Now, I imagine we'll see TB trying to push up 2 more units to the front line and set up a Blitzkrieg and get the buffs while they can. Just going to go for the trade. I was expecting we'd get some engineer buffs here because it does die next turn. Do you just put Potes? I'd be tempted just to put Potes.
Yeah, I don't know. You have a really strong combo with Potis and airdrop on turn 7. So and for now, I think this.
You could do it turn 5 though if you drop it now.
Yeah, but what if TB removes it? Then you don't get to draw and to heal from it. I think that's what you desperately need.
You reap what you sow in that case, you know.
So I think it was a good decision to
Second-
use the honeys here. Look, double Blitzkrieg. Holy.
Yeah, it's not what you need right now, but it could come in very useful later. I do like this, going for the Blitzkrieg, getting rid of the honeys.
TB's hand is looking more and more awkward here.
Oh.
What is this?
Finding a 1k mobilize unit that's going to start offering Jaking some healing, some card draw, and going to start establishing a really large unit very quickly. Are we just going to see Marder Blitzkrieg
Yeah, I
trade
think
into
he's
this
forced
protest?
to get rid of this Potis. Otherwise,
I agree.
he's not doing it.
I guess maybe
This might have been a mistake. Now Jaking can easily trade into the Greyhound, play the airdrop, get +4 health, draw
Yeah.
2 cards.
this
This is where Mobilize shines now. If you let that Potis stick on board, it's just Mobilize time to shine. Jaking just figuring out if he wants to play the honey additionally, how he's just playing it up. But we're definitely going to see airdrop here just for the good amount of healing and draw.
I mean, you could see the 73E come out. You can play this, then you can trade into the Red Devils because it will buff your other mobilized unit. And what this means is both of these are going to get buffed a lot when you go for the airdrop. The honey is also, not going to go for the airdrop this turn.
Maybe not too happy about that one.
And I'm curious how we're going to see Jaking go about this.
I also think
Ooh.
that Jaking wants to reduce his amount of draw, I guess, just to not give TB the Enigma value here. So I think
That was
that might be
a
the reason.
really interesting play, trading away the Potes, which does shut down the Blitzkrieg here for TP.
Yeah, I mean, he has a honey on board that provides healing for those infantries to just grow even further. And as I said, I think Jaking does not want to draw. He just wants to keep his hand short, so TB is not getting good comeback value here. It's a really smart
makes
play. You have a good
sense.
board here, so just get rid of the Potis. Don't draw any cards, so your opponent is also not drawing some cards. So what are you removing here? I think you're kind of forced to remove the honey, but those infantries are also not.
You could
something you want to leave on board.
Blitzkrieg trade away. I mean, it's a really, really awkward spot here for TB. And just going to remove the mobilize from this this other 73E, but it's still growing because of the honey. I'd kind of like to see the supply, not the supply shortage, sorry, the airdrop here, just to establish quite a large amount of units. However, trading the honey and, pushing the front line is also a very strong way of playing this turn. Question is, which do you push to the front line? I do
Both,
think
I
you want to
guess.
establish this other mobilized unit. Very
Yeah.
awkward here for TB. Not able to trade efficiently, but if you don't trade now, it's just going to grow and grow with the honey. Yeah, trading away.
So what can TV find here? I mean, Enigma still kind of worth it. But I think
Well, with the-
Jaking will just make sure that he's having the least amount of cards in hand possible. And
With the
also that
Ultra,
up.
yeah.
Ultra.
And you can play the
additionally.
Blitzkrieg first. Heinkel's not a terrible find because it does let you cycle a little bit. However, it's sort of it's a bit of a bandage on a gunshot wound here.
I mean, it helps you get rid of that Ultra, right? For not that high of a price.
But does that even help you? Does it even help that much getting rid of the Ultra? And this is one of those stages where back in the day when Leopold used to be played, in Heinz, this is the sort of situation you wanted it for.
Absolutely, yeah. Leopold would be really helpful here. Just to give you slight comeback chances. But right now, I'm not too optimistic here. Both are getting pushed up to the front line, I guess, and then we might see a Commandos Kiefer.
I mean, it really is just starting to look like Jaking's just going to beat down TB over a couple turns, and I'm really doubtful that there's any real outs left in TB's deck. And that is certainly not one of them, if there are any. And this is what, a 2-turn clock here? Yeah, I don't see TB finding any tools in their deck to deal with this board state. I think this is Jaking managing to put up the defense on Mobilize, which we've not really been able to see today. It has fallen short, I think, compared to what the players were hoping their deck would do.
Finds another good tank here, but
It's not going to be enough.
This is not enough.
We do see one of the downsides to this Blitzkrieg as well. It's such a strong card, but when it sits in your hand, it just doesn't do what you need it to.
Yeah, TB had a very aggressive starting hand, like a lot of 1-drops, but once you...
you can tell he's been having a rough few days when you drop the supply shortage one sooner at the end. It gives you just a show of the last few games we've had today.
Yeah, I mean, finally some lucky end here for Jaking, not getting high rolled again, although TB had a very good starting hand, but that supply shortage really kicked in hard there for TB. And then, yeah, when you don't find the draw, and I think Jaking just played it perfectly, managing his hand size, and then you don't have that many chances of coming back. So really well fought here for Jaking, and we have a good bronze match here, 1-1. Both players want to get the third place here and want to get how do you call this? Grab some money?
Yeah, you want to get third place.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we see now TB being forced to play Mobilize. Jaking on the Soviet control deck, which is a very interesting matchup. We see a fairly slow hand here for Jaking.
TB's hand, on the other hand, pretty good. He has the first airborne, he has a honey, double convoy for the draw.
And there's no confusions in Jaking's Soviet deck, which I think is standard at the moment, not to run confusion.
I knew
Oh, what a card. But do you play it this turn or do you wait one turn?
No. Why would you wait? Then it's a 2-2, right?
I like bricking it as a 2-2 with 3-up cost.
Okay,
It can really fill up TB's support line. But yeah, Jaking without confusions, which is standard practice at the moment, not to run confusion. It's not really been popular for a while, but this mobilized deck is really weak to confusion. When you have this huge unit in the front line and then your opponent just confusions and hits your HQ for like 12 damage in one turn. TB getting some heal going. And Commonwealth is something to consider this match. Now, Jaking does have a bit of healing available to them with stuff like Call to the Colonies, and then they do have this Engineer as well. However, it's not a ridiculous amount of consistent healing, so it is possible for Commonwealth to pose quite a problem here for Jaking in some scenarios.
Ooh, and the Yak 9 PL coming down.
Yeah. When was the last time you saw one of those? Not just in an OCC, just like
release
at all. Yeah.
On release day, when I watched the new card, I looked at the new cards. I just saw it. I never saw it in action, but it makes sense here, right? 4 credits. For 4 credits, it's a well-stated fighter with 3 attack and 5 health. So causes some problems here for TB. Cannot really move it. Can just pin it. But then he cannot play the POTUS here. Kind of shots
And
from
the
POTUS.
the blitz I think is really important as well. I would have almost liked to see hold it back to blitz it out to a POTUS, but it does stop TB deploying a POTUS, which is very powerful. And yeah, we've got to start deploying some of these mobilized units because the hand here is just too big. But the game is going relatively slowly, and J-King does have some really strong late game tools.
So J-King kind of considering where he wants to place that Deusium.
Just go for the
Usually-
Rima, mobilize the mobilized deck.
Yeah, that's the Deusium Rima. So
Yeah.
like usually I think he also wants to preserve some HQ health since he's not having that much healing and at the moment 0 in hand. But on the other hand, he wants to get the cool effect out of the Reamer, where both units get buffed now, or at least have mobilized now.
Notice that it's Soviet control against mobilize, but Soviet control has more mobilized units on the board.
Yeah, that's a cool fun fact here. See the Monty.
Which is going to do some commando pings, and going to be able to remove one of those mobilize already. Just going to hit face for 2.
Partisans.
I kind of feel like maybe this Commander Kiefer needs to die. You've got to kill the Commander Kiefer or the Honey, or you're just going to be taking so much damage, especially if there's a POTUS on board. You're getting 2 pings of damage for every mobilized unit played. It could very quickly get out of hand.
Yeah, why not remove both? With defend and has and
Do you save defend for POTUS though?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Like
just
the
go
Keeper
for the
is not
hammer.
that big of a problem if the opponent is not having heal, but now we have a potential POTUS coming down. Although it's not the correct spot here, you only have 1 more slot available. Otherwise, you have to move one of your units out, and then you don't have enough credits to play another unit.
Not being
So-
able to go for the defend and depth on this Yak really hurts as well, because it does have 6 defense now. So
Yeah,
with
he missed
5
that
cards in
chance,
Jaking's
yeah.
hand,
Could have done it turns earlier, where that was a 5 health unit, or Jaking had more units in hand. But now, not really a good way to remove any of these 6 health units. Is he going for it anyways? And hope for the Kiefer hit there? With
yeah,
the
go
naval
for the
power maybe?
pings.
30,
It removes mobilize.
25%? 25%? No.
I
it
think
hit
you
it.
take that. I think that's fine. It's got 1 health now as well. It means you can kill it next turn with a ping. I think anything but you don't want to hit face and you don't want to hit the Rima. I think you're happy with it hitting either of the air units. But I think we are going to have to see POTUS come out next turn, which it looks like is the plan here for TB, having pushed up this unit to the front line. And J-King actually going to trade away before it dies to the commando pings. Oh, POTUS, double Kiefer, and 73E. We could see a lot of healing action this turn.
Holding
I'm
back
surprised to not see the Kiefer go down first. I guess prioritizing the stats on the 73E over the Kiefer pings. I'm definitely
Oh.
mispronouncing that. I am not at all confident.
Another good sickle top deck here has a chance to get rid of that 0-1 key for now. And I think Defendant Death is hitting POTUS maybe?
Most likely, it's a very important card just to take out as soon as you can. This supply shortage could be very powerful here because it will kill the engineers and cut off some of J-King's ability to heal. Oh, especially if there's an irregulars down on the board. Just slowly chip away at its HP. The more units are on board, the more value obviously AoE becomes, and this supply shortage is already quite high value, so if J-King deploys 1 more unit, it's just such good value here.
J-King pushing up the Rima. Where's this Isha going? Face, yeah.
It's a fairly
st-
awkward position here.
Yeah, could have stopped the mobilize on the infantry there, on the
How do you
Frenchman.
feel about just supply shortage ultra? Gonna go for the Sincerely Yours, gets the pig. And yeah, I'd really like to see this supply shortage come out here. You've got so many 1k mobilized units in hand. Ooh! Their trade goes for the trade, which takes out the rumor and just completely shuts down Jaking's current board state. I
Yeah,
really
also
liked that
protecting
trade.
the HQ health. Like TB is not having a lot of healing in the hand right now. I mean, finds another POTUS now.
Oh, the Potez Spooz. This is going to get really ridiculous. And I think you can push up the commandos now. Yeah. You're doing so much work.
Look at this.
And there's the second Potez. Jaking is going to be able to kill the Potez since they have this partisans. However, sort of making the best out of a bad situation.
Yeah, kind of strange
It-
that frontline 7-4 still is considered damaged, although it just received additional. Is it because it was at more
It's
HP
lower than
earlier?
it should be.
Yeah,
Is how the game looks. It's still damaged when the +1/+1 doesn't count as healing. It just counts as a sort of stat increase. It still counts as damage. It will stop counting it as damaged. I believe when the health. Oh, if you play a weakened doer on a unit which has taken 1 damage, does it count as damaged? I cannot remember.
No, I don't think so.
No,
That's
I
why
don't think
maybe
so.
because it was at 5 earlier and it's now just at 4. That might
So
be the
it's
reason.
lower than its highest point.
Yeah, that's what I expect why this would be the case here.
That does sound correct.
So what is that arrow doing there? It's no longer J King's turn. Okay, it's gone now. Maybe just a lag on my end. So what can TV do here? He's still having a POTUS on board. So many options here, like... Also needs to be careful to not overdraw the Commonwealth here. That would be really painful. And J King kind of in a spot where he needs to find healing desperately, or just fully relies on that battalion there.
There's just so many stats here and so many units coming that it's a very difficult position to establish a board.
We also found the Kitty Hawk now. That can be an additional way to ship away J King's HQ health.
It's sort of like an aggressive Potez. It doesn't heal you. It doesn't heal you as much. It doesn't draw you cards, but it does do some burn damage.
Yeah, it also just triggers on opponent's units being played, so that's also kind of helpful. Whenever J King just deploying more units, he's just stripping away his own HQ health.
I loved playing this against Feindry. It felt similar to a KV, but also healing you.
The good old days. So what do you kill here? Yeah, do you kill the POTUS? I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. Your opponent is already
Yeah,
at
I think you
47.
kill the mobilized unit. There's so many mobilized units that have already come out that, like you say, killing the Potez isn't as important as it was. However, there's just so much going on for TB here that it's a very difficult position still for J King. And Commonwealth is lurking, you know, it's lurking, and there is more healing available in J King's deck, but with this Blackwatch on board, it's going to be difficult. 7k Phony War, really not ideal, and I'm curious if we're just going to see lots of guards come out here and J King try and turtle up a little bit and buy some time, because it is difficult for TB to bypass the guards. You can trade into them quite well with, say, these large mobilized units, but it's still a bit awkward. Goes for the Phony War. Defend in depth is a very nice find. Going to be able to kill this Kitty Hawk.
Yeah, he desperately needs to get rid of that one. But there's still more to come. Like, there's still the Sexton. There's the second Kitty Hawk. Is TB playing 2 copies?
Let me just tell you real quick. I believe he's only running the one.
No, he's two copies.
He's running the
Steve.
2. Nice. I think J King's just running 1 in his then. I definitely remember seeing one with only 1 in it, but two of them that is able to be very aggressive. And you see the Commonwealth in hand now for TB. So TB just needs to get J King below 20 HP or on 20 HP and is going to be able to close out the game right there. So it may look like J King has a lot of HP, but he really does not. He's essentially sitting on 3 health at the moment.
Yeah, and he's in a really tough spot now. Like, he needs to heal. I think he knows that because there's a lot of potential damage coming in. But on the other hand, he also needs to, just deal with this board stuff.
This Algerian could be very strong, though. You know, it gives this this Brilliance attack damage, which normally is one of the things it's lacking is the ability to do damage before it dies. You know, if you give this 1 or 2 attack, it can very quickly pose a real threat to the enemy units because it's going to be beating them down. And then with this powerful destruction effect where it does an extra 3 damage when it dies.
J-King deploying everything he has here. Oh, this can get rid of the guard, right?
Yeah, just get rid of the
there.
guard. And then
Okay,
hit face.
sure.
Next turn, you go for the Commonwealth. J-King is going to have to spend 8 credits healing. But TB's able to put him below the threshold where 8 health isn't going to be enough. You just need to hit face with this Protest now. The Ultra as well.
Oh
This
my
looks
God.
like it's just sealed to the deal here. The unit positioning with the Algerian really coming back to bite J-King. And that's that looks like GG, you know?
Knowing that there's no way that J-King can just heal for more than 7 here.
The amount of health this mobilized deck has right now, like 54, sitting on a huge amount. Yeah, this is just a really awkward position here. You just have to hope that your opponent doesn't have the Commonwealth, but unfortunately for J-King, TB has already found it.
No way to get rid of the parachute. That means even if he heals for 8 now, he's still receiving 4 damage from the parachutes. And then that's it.
There
Commonwealth
you
coming
go,
down.
Commonwealth. TB takes 3rd place, J-King. Is that your impression of the song?
Yeah, but it's not over yet, Doubles. It's not over yet. It's best of 5.
Oh my god, I swear I am young and full of life, and I have brain activity. I'm certain of these things. I definitely am not just a corpse that's been propped up, and they've got an AI. They've got an AI to write. Those AI voice speaking things.
Yeah, they're really cool. I mean, we should establish that one right here.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to
Couldn't
show
do
up,
worse than we
Spooz. You
do.
could just get the AI to do it for you.
Okay, so TB is left with the Heinz stack without Heinz. J-King switched to Jagro now, not playing that Soviet deck that at least I would have thought would be good against this, but in the end, yeah, he needs to win with this.
Imagine just
as
feeling
well.
more comfortable on Jagro at the moment. It's a deck he's played a lot. It's a deck he's familiar with, and even if the matchup is mildly worse, I think you're okay with that. Quite a bad hand here for TB, a very slow hand. The autocannon traditionally was quite nice if you could get it established, but I really don't think you're going to be able to get it established at all.
Another bad draw here with the Blitzkrieg. There comes the autocannon. Cleaned up by the Audacity.
That bomber is going to be a real problem.
That was a perfect scenario for Audacity.
You can go for the combat engineers plus the sudden strike. You may even want to preemptively go for the support column.
What is that emote? I've never seen that one.
Which
The
one?
weak are meat, the strong one eat. Wait, I've never seen that one.
There's some good emotes out there.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, and J-King just flooding the board here. Know that TV is having no sort of AoE in the deck other than strat bombing, but that is not affecting units on the front line. going in with a naval supply run here, and that's a lot of stats that TB just has to go through, especially with his 2 hells on these units. A lot of these one attack tanks are not really cutting through this that easily.
It's really, really awkward. And I hate to say it, but I think we're going to a game 5. I think this is already starting to look like GG, you know?
Wait, TB could have played the support column on the Hellcat to operate the 109s and clear that 3-2. Not that it would have mattered a lot here, but
Yeah.
look
I
how
mean,
fast these units are flying in here. Yeah, and that just shows the
The
dominance of
Nashuk as
Jaguar,
well.
what the potential, what this deck can do. Look at this, like,
especially now you have access to better sort of buffs with naval supply run, it just completely takes over the game very quickly. TB showing all the cards, and J King gonna be able to take game 4, and we're gonna be going to a game 5.
not without a little bit of BMing here first.
It's fine. They're friends. They are in fact they're friends. It's just
Let's
between
see for how long
friends.
they are friends still. All right, the deciding match. Who's taking cash home today here and who's going home? Still okay with some diamonds, but I think you want to have some cash in the pocket here.
You can buy those cool emotes with those diamonds, though. That's
Actually, I'm running out of diamonds, so I kind of need
Yeah.
to make top 128 in the World Championship qualification to get some of those. Otherwise, I need to buy some. Just imagine.
otherwise have to work.
There's some cool stuff in the shop in the past months here. Cool emotes, cool card packs. I bought them all.
And you gotta for people trying to expand their collection, you do need to make sure you're claiming your 3 card. Because you do get 3 cards from the shop. You go in, I believe it's once a day.
Today, yeah.
And you can go in and you can claim a free card, and it just helps you build out your collection a little bit. A lot of the time it might not be a card you want to play with at the moment, it might not be something relevant to the decks you're playing, but it will probably be something you want to play with at some point. And there is full dupe protection when opening booster packs, so even if it's a card you're not particularly interested in, make sure you claim it, because it will prevent you from them opening it in a booster pack in the future. So there's really no reason not to do it.
Absolutely. And we have both players with a pretty strong starting hand here. J King with the BM. This time with the unit, not with
I was
the
thinking, yeah, which
playstyle.
type of BM Spooz? Panzer 38T, just going to establish more stuff on board for TB, and this is a very high value sort of unit. It draws you a card and puts down a body on the board. So in these matchups where, you know, card density and cards matter, it's very important.
J King found his first 2 guards here with the T60 and the 272nd. But
And it's
there
gonna
are way more to come. There's the
bounce the artillery, but it just drives away and then it drives back out again. It's a very, very annoying unit. However,
Yeah, especially
this
for the B.
Greif-
What can you do against this? This Greif can be huge. Like, there are 2 more 1-drops. There's a Blitzkrieg in hand. So
I think
26 could be huge.
against this artillery, you're mostly just ignoring it. You've got to try and close out the game. It's sort of like Comet in where it can slowly chip down the HQ, but something it can do that Comet can't do is it can trade into units on the board really, really efficiently. However, it is worth noting it's going to cost TB basically nothing to bounce it, but it is going to cost J King quite a few credits to play it. And oh my lord, look at the tanks.
This setup.
And as you see, it costs TB 1 credit to bounce the artillery, and it's going to cost J King 4 credits to deploy an attack again. However, J King's still getting a lot of value out of it. This Brents, that's the game, right? Brents Irregulars is just going to be hit by the sudden strike. TB going to be able to go for the Blitzkrieg and take game 5 in what was a really, really long and quite a grindy sort of set of 5.
Yeah, I don't know why J King did not deploy the T60. I really needed to practice against the Blitzkrieg. That Greif was no longer a problem. All units have been in the front line. So maybe slight mistake here, but in the end, doesn't matter. TB taking home the prize money here today with this cool fast Heinz stack without Heinz. What do we do?
No, you're good.
Yeah, good. Congrats.
That was it's interesting. Such a big build up to that game 5 that started out looking like it was gonna be a slugfest, and then like, oh, a Greif,
It
oh, a
was.
bunch of cheap tanks, and then just gonna knock J King right out. You called out something towards the end of the game, Spooz, around like a question regarding what J King could have done maybe differently. Was there anything specific there in that game, do you think, could have kind of given J King a little bit more of an opportunity to win that? Or did that Heinz deck just perform exactly how it was supposed to?
I mean, yeah, in the end, I'm not in the top 8 OCC here, but knowing the opponent's hand, and you know that I think TB had 8 or 9 cards in hand, it's not too unlikely that he has Blitzkrieg there. And he also plays Sudden Strike in the deck. So I'm not sure how much you can rely on Monbrian's Irregulars there and not protecting up with the T60. The units have been in the front line already. I think that Greif was not that big of an issue as J King maybe thought. But yeah, in the end, that won TB the game. If he did not have Blitzkrieg there, maybe it would have been the better play. Who knows? But yeah, in the end, congrats to TB, and a little bit unfortunate outcome here for J King today.
Absolutely. Now, Bubbles, we had seen, we saw both mobilized decks do really well in the right matchup. We saw the Soviet deck struggle again a couple of times. Any thoughts regarding those two specific decks after this kind of hard-fought 5-game series?
I think the mobilized deck is too slow to keep up with Jagro. We did see it try and hold its ground against Jagro. We did see it getting some healing, but without Shalling available, Shalling was really, really strong against Jagro. Not only did it pin all their units, but it killed a lot of their units too. You now only have Monty. You obviously have the supply shortages, which are very strong, but they're just not as versatile as Shalling, to the point where, TB is only running 3 supply shortages, but you would almost definitely be running a Shalling if it was an option. So I think with the removal of Shalling, as well as the sort of change to this 1k mobilized units, which I think was mainly a change for Combined Arms to try and slow down Combined Arms deck, we did see mobilized caught in the crossfire a little bit. Now, when it did get its engine going, when it did get mobilized going and had lots of units on board, it felt unstoppable. It was really, really good when it worked. My issue with the deck is that I don't think it works as often as consistent as you'd like it to. I know, Spooz, you spoke a bit about maybe running Observer Core to reduce the cost of these potesses. That means you can sort of get this engine generating sooner. I also know some people have tried to play around with these cheap countermeasures like evasive action and this sort of thing to try and protect their potes from deployment effects and orders. But I think really these aren't great solutions for what is the sort of core foundation which is going wrong in the deck at the moment. It feels like the engine isn't consistent enough. You can try and make ways of making the engine stronger, like getting it earlier, or you can protect the engine. But at the end of the day, if you put more focus into the engine, the rest of the deck suffers. This is something the deck used to be really strong with, is you had this Potes mobilize engine, but you also just had strong cards outside of that. Once you put the whole deck focused on this, the deck sort of just feels like another tier 3 deck, and you can steal some games with it, but it's, I personally think, not something which is going to be taking OCC wins. As for the Soviet France deck, I think there's a little bit more difficult to analyze. I think Jaken's going to have to go back to the drawing board a bit, but I do think it's not going to be the last Jaken tries Soviet France. Whether we see it again depends on how the testing works out.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that in future OCCs, but before we get there, we do have a finals for you. So let's bring up the bracket and run through here exactly what we're going to see. So there you have TB273 defeating J King in the bronze match. That means TB takes home 100 USD and 15 OCC points. J King getting 12 points and 750 diamonds. But we have Tang taking on Artemisia for the finals for the $250 for the 25 points here that we are going to have. So thank you, Spooz. Thank you, Bubbles, for your day here. We're going to welcome Berto and Starry for our finals Here we are. It is game time. We saw J King fall to TB, but we're gonna get into it now. We're gonna get Tang Tang versus Artemisia, best of 5, no bans. Everything is on the table here. Starry, do you have a favorite going into this matchup?
Well, it
Not to
appears
put
as
you
though
on the
these
spot or
players have been
anything.
preparing together, and I'll talk about why I believe that. Um, but I do think that Tang Tang is definitely the more experienced player, and so I think that it is going to be an uphill battle for Artemisia. But I definitely think that they are a strong player and capable of taking down Tang Tang. So.
Any thoughts on your end, Berto, around that?
Well, I'm interested to see how Artemisia's credit denial does with the 3 supply shortage and the Tora. Because into Jagro, it seems like if you're able to get a win into Jagro, that could be a real difference maker, just overall in this tournament today. And so I think that Artemisia has a decent chance here with that deck, to pull something off.
Right on. Well, let's dive into those decks then. You mentioned Artemisia's credit denial. Why don't we go ahead and bring up Artemisia's lists first? And Berto, you can kind of walk us through exactly what they're bringing to the table.
Right. So first up, of course, we have Jagro. Moving on. We have credit denial, which I was talking about, only running 1 copy of Type 94 TK. Some people like to run as many as 3 of those in that deck, but this is a little, I think, unusual going all the way down to 1. But you need the slots to fit in that Tora to be better against these aggro decks. And the rest of the list, I think, is pretty standard. Running a single copy of Monsoon Rot just so that you're able to come back from some pretty huge boards when you're in those exceptional circumstances. And lastly, we have US-German Frontline, which is just a really consistent beatdown deck, but it lacks a little bit of the speed that Jagro has. Maybe add a little more consistency, but so far today we've seen that Jagro has a ton of consistency as well, so it just sort of doesn't quite add up to the same that Jagro can present today.
Beauty, thank you for that. Berto, let's take a look at Tang Tang's list. Starry, can you give us a little bit of insight into what we are going to see here?
Yeah, so Tang Tang's first list, we've seen them take it before into some OCCs. A Britain-US ramp list seems to be one of Tang Tang's favorite decks. And I think it's really cool because it's a British deck that relies on the strength of the British Elite package. There's a lot of valuable, high-costed British Elites. And it's rare that you see a British deck that doesn't try and win through Commonwealth, instead trying to win through stuff like Grenadier Guards, which that 5 attack, it can start getting in there, as well as stuff like AVRE and Lancaster and stuff like that. The next deck that they have is a US Germany frontline list, which, you know, as I was talking about earlier, is pretty standard. It was a lot more popular in the past than it is now, but their list is pretty normal post rotation, relying on dive bombing and pathfinders as their removal. And then the last deck is what leads me to believe that if they were not preparing together, then they at least were sharing deck lists, because Tang Tang's list is 100% identical to that of Artemisia. They run the exact same list. They both have 4 expansions, 2 copies of Akita, 2 copies of Martyr, 1 copy of Wirbelwind, 1 copy of Naval Supply Run, which are kind of some of the flex spots in that deck. And so yeah, I mean, they're both Chinese players, and a lot of the Chinese players work together in the same way that a lot of the Western players work together. So not that surprising. But yeah, so I guess if we do get a Jagger mirror match, it's gonna come down to top decks and skill, pure skill and pure top decks. So.
And so as we get the players fired up and into this match, you mentioned some of the flex slots and some of the choices that they made and how they were essentially identical. Is there any specific advantage or strategy that kind of setting up those flex slots in the way that they did kind of gives them a bit of an upper hand, or is it just kind of personal preference in those scenarios?
I mean, I think in this case, neither player has the upper hand as they're in
Fair.
the same deck, but against other decks, I think that the Akita is a great choice when you're preparing for an aggro heavy meta because it allows you to often get like 2-for-1 trades with its destruction effect. Martyr really good for aggro heavy metas because when you're trading off your units, you are amassing card advantage. And yeah, I guess air isn't super popular anymore, so cutting one Whirlwind, you know, it is one of the few cards in Jagger that actually does have an operation cost, and so that is definitely something to consider when you're playing an aggressive deck. Is what does the operation cost look like?
And that'll be interesting as well, since both players, outside of the ramp and credit denial deck, are playing, fairly aggressive decks. Obviously, Jagro, and then Frontline as well has a lot of those smaller units. Though you do run into the issue of like the 2 damage Akita doesn't really help because you have Greyhounds and Red Devils and things like that. So be curious to see what happens if, to your point, those Jagro decks don't line up in the mirror matchup, but actually end up facing another one of those lists. And speaking of matchups and trying to figure that out, Berto, we've got ramp on Tang Tang side, we have credit denial on Artemisia side. How do you go about playing around that and not ending up in a scenario where you just are at a huge disadvantage?
Yeah, so obviously ramp is a good counter to credit denial, but with aggro decks, which the other two players are playing two sets of, you would rather be playing aggro into ramp than aggro into credit denial. So it makes the situation where, one player has an advantage one way and the other player has a different advantage the other way, which makes things pretty even, I think. In terms of how you try to avoid that, you can try to do mind games that your opponent is also doing at the same time as you, which is really hard. Alternatively, you can just uh, roll a die or flip a coin to decide on your deck, which I think is a very legitimate strategy because then you can't be mind gamed if you just let it go to randomness, which is a viable strategy. And
I
people have
mean,
done it in other card games as well.
it is a strategy. I will give you that. It is absolutely a strategy. As we get into our first game here of the grand finals of the September OCC, we have Tang Tang bringing that aggro list, Artemisia with the credit denial. Let's get going.
All right, we see a lot of draw right off the bat from Tang Tang.
Yeah,
Although a good credit denial start from Artemisia as well.
yeah, absolutely. I do want to point out, I didn't have the time to check before, but I took the time to check now. The frontline lists are also 100% identical, further reinforcing the idea that these players did probably, if not prepare together, then at least share deck lists together.
Man, what a start from Artemisia, top decking the Southern plan. But still taking 5 damage this turn. Nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, they have a really solid hand, but and with the Pioneers, they definitely can hang on for a little bit. But it's definitely difficult to stare down 235Ts for 2 turns in a row.
Now that Artemisia is stabilized, it's pretty crucial how he decides to order out his defensive tools. It's a really big decision if he Blackwatch versus Sexton here. Of course, Sexton here is a little awkward into key if Tang Tang goes to play for it, but if Artemisia had something like another daylight bombing, the key would be a 4 play from Tang Tang, so maybe he's cautious about that. And I think that might even be overly cautious, just because one daylight bombing has already been played.
Yeah, it seems like it worked out pretty well for Artemisia here, as the Sexton is still alive and is able to attack and play the Blackwatch. So I think Artemisia took a little bit of a risk, but ended up paying off. So I'm curious because Artemisia does only play one copy of Type 94, which is the card that adds a surprise deck to your hand. I wonder if, because they are pretty limited on the number of pins they have, if they are going to use this naval power before they run into the surprise attack, or are they gonna wait extremely patiently for the Type 94 to come up?
Well, here's a better plan. Just draw Monty, and then you don't have to worry about it. I would suspect that if this naval power is able to get your Sexton to live an entire another turn, then I think that's worth it.
So on one hand, Artemisia does have all the draw in the world. The problem is that if you don't use your draw when you have your honeys, and you're at 12 health, and you've already used Sincerely Yours, that means that the only flat healing in your deck is Fortification. So the only healing in Artemisia's deck is going to be one copy of Fortification and then 2 more honeys. And so Artemisia does, if they ever plan on playing Commonwealth, which, you know, I assume that they want to play Commonwealth at some point, they're going to need to use their honeys carefully, as that's a fortification is only going to get you up to 25, and then you're going to need to heal at least 5 plus whatever damage you're taking with the honeys. Or sorry, 24. 24, not 25. So you're going to need to heal 6 with the honeys.
Ooh, supply shortage is a nice pickup. It'll deal with this Aichi over the course of 2 turns and allow you to trade Sexton into the Sheeted right away, which is pretty big. And with the other naval power, that's another time that this bomber isn't able to trade off the Sexton.
Yeah, I really like this play. This puts Artemisia in a really commanding position. And Tang Tang, yeah, there you go. Tang Tang decided that it's unlikely that they're going to be able to push the damage that they need through, and their hand didn't really have any draw. In fact, the naval supply run is negative draw, and it discards your card. So they kind of just petered out at the end.
Yeah, it was going to be a slow bleed, but I think that game was already over.
Yeah,
I think
maybe in a world like pre-Feigned Retreat, you know, or sorry, like pre-Feigned Retreat rotation, maybe Tang Tang had a way to get back into that game, but
all right, and we get a Jagro mirror match in round 2.
yeah, so it looks like Tang Tang didn't hard mulligan for those 1-drops like you would in a lot of matchups, but instead is opting for the cards that are going to be able to trade 2 for 1 with the opponent's stuff, like Akita and, you know, Dina generates a ton of value, Aichi potentially generates a ton of value, and Werberwind usually trades 2 for 1. Ooh, nice Aichi top deck for Tang Tang.
Artemisia at the same time also has a lot of these cards that provide you a lot of value in the matchup, like Raiding Brigade and Martyr. So it's, although Artemisia is the one with the tempo, so that is a little bit concerning for Tang Tang here.
Yeah, when you have the tempo, and because you went second, you also have the card advantage. Tang Tang kind of needs to get lucky on these Akitas. And you know, luck is a skill in some sense, you know, using them when you have a high chance of trading them into your opponent's stuff, but Tang just needs to use the resources that he has well. And, you know, he's a good player. I don't doubt that he's going to. But he just has to be a little bit careful about how he uses his resources.
Now, this is an interesting audacity from Artemisia. I'm pretty surprised by it, to be honest.
I was too. Yep.
There was nothing on that turn that seemed incredible. So I guess that's what led to the audacity play. But it just seems weak to a few things, particularly bombing raid becomes an issue in these upcoming turns.
Usually when you're playing Jagro and you're playing Martyr, you're looking to like drop a Martyr, trade some 15th Cavalries into the front line or some other Blitz units into the front line. And the fact that Artemisia is sacrificing this Martyr for just a single draw so early really surprises me.
It does force the removal of the smoke screen on the Aichi,
True.
which is quite nice. Although with double Akita on the board, Tang's only 2 copies of this card, it sort of reduces how important it is to protect these bombers because you're likely losing at least one of them and probably both.
Yeah. Those are all the Akitas in Tang stacked, but they certainly are showing us why they are so valuable in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Martyr, if Artemisia doesn't draw a way to deal with it, is going to just keep Tang's engine running and probably run away with the game with it.
Yeah, Artemisia does get their second Martyr, but it is a little dangerous to do this as Akita could hit the Martyr and then
If the
a lot of your value.
Okay.
Ooh,
Akita
ooh.
hit Akita, and then the Akita hit the Martyr from the Tang's Martyr. That would have been a way to deal with the Martyr in the backline. That was quite unlikely for that to happen, however.
Yeah, Tang has just generated so much card advantage off this Martyr. And the Akitas. And so Tang has managed to get back into a really nice position. If he plays the expansion here, then that's pretty much all the card advantage you could ever want. I suspect that both players are going to keep their second rating for the Signal Regiment. Do you think that's a fair assumption?
I think there's a really good chance that rating can come out on a Sendai here from Tang, because one of Artemisia's ways back into this game can be to just play as Shiden and hope that Tang can't answer it. Sometimes you're kind of forced into that situation in the Jagromir.
That is a pretty feels bad rating.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused about why that is Artemisia's line of play. Can you see something that I don't?
It is just the highest tempo option. Although even still, I would imagine you want to trade with the Akita first before you would even play Raiding Brigade.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'm very confused by this, but it looks like Artemisia really wanted to keep the Akita, and that's why they were doing that, so that Akita has a higher likelihood of trading with something important. But that was a lot of finagling and maneuvering just to keep an Akita alive, and burning a second rating. I'm not sure if that was the best use of a second rating.
Yeah, it's still pretty decent value. You're killing 2 units and you still have a unit left over to trade off. That's like a 3 for 1. Which when you look at it that way,
Oh yeah, it
you can't
absolutely
complain about it.
generates a ton of value. The only issue is that it then leaves Artemisia a little bit weak to stuff like Signal or Sendai or other units that are hard to get rid of and potentially game winning.
If Tang Tang's feeling confident, he can cheat and attack the HQ. But he does not opt for that. Maybe going for a little more reasonable of a play.
Yeah, all that work to save the Akita, and the Akita ended up hitting face. And so Artemisia is asking the question, playing that Shiden is asking the question, do you have a way to answer me? Especially after Tang Tang just played a Sendai, and I think I might have seen that they only play one.
Yeah,
They
I
only play
believe.
one Sendai.
Yeah, Tang Tang does have the option to play this Dina to look for Type 94s, but he does not find any. So he's just going to be forced to use the surprise attack just to buy time.
Otherwise, Artemisia did have lethal with Naval Supplier on double Shiden attack.
And this is what I was sort of talking about before. Sometimes you can just play a Shiden and force your opponent to have an answer in this Jagro
Yep,
move.
yep. You're absolutely right, and it looks like Tang Tang doesn't at the moment have a permanent solution, and might require Tang Tang to like trade in a bunch of stuff. With the ambush, it would be like a 3 for 1, which I guess, you draw off Martyr, so maybe a 2 for 1, but still.
Can you imagine if either player had a Shenano here, though? That
Yeah,
would be.
Artemisia, yeah, that would be absolutely huge. I think if you're Artemisia here, you have to be worried about two things. One, Type 93, and two, that one copy of Naval Supply Run. If you're Artemisia, you really have to be worried about stuff like that, as Tang Tang is really, really close to lethal with just 1 or 2 buffs.
Is it worth playing the naval supply run right now just because either you win off of Shiden or you don't? Like, and the one
Yeah,
extra defense could matter.
I think there's definitely an argument for it. Although it does kind of broadcast to Tang Tang, look, if you can answer me, that's GG, right?
Yes, it does. Tang Tang finds another Type 94 to buy himself another turn.
Mm-hmm.
But again, no answer. No real answer. And at this point, it might be easier for Tang Tang to threaten lethal rather than threaten the destruction of the Shiden.
Yep. You definitely, if you let Artemisia take the front line with all of their stuff while still having a Shiden in the back, then suddenly you have to answer their entire front line plus the Shiden, and I think at that point, the game is really looking towards Artemisia. But yeah, Tang Tang is pushing this front line. Given that Shiden is like the only air blitz unit in Jagro, that front line is going to be pretty difficult for Tang Tang to get. Oh, that would be quite helpful in clearing out that front line.
Absolutely. Tang Tang did do a good job to play around Bombing Raid, putting both his Kree defense targets on the outside rather than the inside, making this Bombing Raid a lot more awkward.
Yeah, Artemisia does have the credits to play and operate everything that they have. So the question now is just, is there anything that you don't want to do?
And I do believe that it's a Aichi beneath that Sendai.
I believe your memory is correct on that one.
No, probably you only want to be attacking into one attack units here. You can trade out the Dina and the bicycle and then play Bombing Raid, which just seems like it would have been better than this line, I think. Because you could have kept one more unit alive.
Yep. So Artemisia, because of that Nemo supply run, has a 50-50 chance of discarding this KI-83 and a 50-50 chance of discarding whatever they draw off the top.
It doesn't matter though, because this is lethal for Tang Tang if he can see it. You trade off your Type 94, you deal 1 damage with the Signal Regiment, your opponent's at 8, you have 11 credits, you play Sheedan and hit them twice.
Yeah. Yep. Tang Tang looks like... Ooh,
He
they did
didn't
not
see it. Unless he sees another lethal. Which it looks like he does.
Yep.
Yeah, alright, fair enough.
Alright, so Tang Tang still has the frontline list and the ramp list, whereas Artemisia still has the Jagro list and what's the other one they have? Frontline?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
Jagro
Artemisia definitely has the more aggressive of the two decks, so in the next two matchups, no matter how you slice it, Tang Tang is probably going to be playing towards a value win, and aside from the potential frontline mirror, Artemisia is probably going to be looking for an aggressive start.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to have ramp against Jagro and frontline. So I'd definitely prefer to be Artemisia in this position. Although this is not a good hand going second for Artemisia
No,
here.
not at all. Those two expansion, I think is the current name of the card,
Yep, expansion.
is not looking super great, and being forced to play at a 35T without getting that deployment bonus for an infantry is pretty unfortunate. If this PIR buff goes to the Red Devils, then trading into it is going to be even more difficult as the game goes on.
You just gotta trust this audacity.
Ooh, all right. No greedy PIR today.
All right, Artemisia doing the reasonable thing, playing Type 93 and trading rather than playing Audacity. You hate
Yeah,
to see
1
it.
in 4 it. Hate to see it. I think taking a 1 in 4 probably not the best way.
No, certainly not.
Yeah, that's smart. Getting rid of the Type 93 is going to make it so that Artemisia has a much tougher time trading efficiently back into these units.
Oh, this is gonna be a big we can do it. Yep, Tang Tang immediately slapping it. 3
Yeah.
units for a we can do it is really nice value.
I know that it seems a bit premature, but I think that it's nearly impossible for Artemisia to get back into this after that.
Yeah, it would certainly be very, very hard.
If Tang Tang gets a Skytrain going, gets draw with Sherman, like basically there's no bad play that Tang Tang could make. Just anything that they play from here on out is going to generate value, and I don't see Artemisia getting to use those expansions anytime soon.
I think if Artemisia can maybe find another Type 94 to deal with this PIR, maybe you're starting to do something. But that's a big if.
Yeah, the Yokosuka is not a good draw. The Yokosuka is nice if you place it between those two units. It's a 3/1, which is pretty good value for a 1-cost infantry. But
You can see why some people opt to only play 2 expansions. This situation, it doesn't come up too often because usually Jagro, you're the aggressor, you're able to control that front line. But the more expansions you have in hand, the less ability you have to control that front line.
yeah, and Artemisia is really counting on taking the front line here. They are completely out of resources in any other way. And if Tang doesn't look like Tang has any way to get rid of that IHE, but if they did, and Artemisia didn't get something really, really nice off the top, that would be pretty much game over. That is definitely not ideal. Although Artemisia is able to clear the front line with by trading in the cavalry, that martyr is gonna come in next turn, kill that Aichi, and also draw a card while doing it. And it is gonna look pretty bleak. Oh, okay, yeah, Artemisia, that's very smart. Using the surprise attack on the martyr. Keeping the Aichi alive. Pretty much the only thing. Ooh, brutal.
And the other we can do it. Really gonna solidify who's winning this game.
If only
Sendai's
Artemisia was playing to the last man. Alright, so Tang
Alright.
is going to need to win with the Britain US ramp list against either of Artemisia's aggressive decks. If you're Artemisia, which one of the 2 aggressive decks do you think has a better shot?
I think Jagro. I'd lead with Jagro every time.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty reasonable pick given how strong Jagro is right now.
Granted, I know some players like to pick their weaker deck first, just so that if they're going to lose with it, they get it over with already in these sorts of situations.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just personal preference, really. If you have to win with either, then I assume it doesn't matter that much if you pick your weaker deck first or second.
Yeah, you can say that there's some mental games, like if your opponent is up a game already, that maybe you can make them sweat a little bit by playing your stronger deck first. And that is the perfect ramp opener for Tang.
Yeah, it's a great curve out, and Artemisia unfortunately didn't hit another 1-drop off of that expansion, and so they weren't really able to be as credit efficient as they would have liked.
Yeah, and Tang is going first. This is how you are able to win the matchup from the ramp side.
Yeah, they have Tang has plenty of guards, having both the Blackwatch and the what's the 3-cost 2/6 card called again?
Oh, the East Surrey Regiment.
Yeah, I think that's the leftmost card in Tang's hand, if I recognize the art. So.
Yeah, and a card that we haven't seen very often in the past few years, actually. It used to be a staple of Brit control. but its day in the sun has long since faded until today.
Yeah, we've gotten to see a lot of crazy card choices today. I'm actually really happy with the level of diversity that we've seen. We did have 7 Jagro decks, but aside from Jagro, I think that players have gotten really creative. And it was really cool to see J King's Gambit is cracked deck.
I still need more convincing. I don't know about you, Starry, but I'm not so sure that Gambit is correct.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
And I know that J-King has surely had some games where he pulls a Leopold off of Gambit and trades into it and feels like an absolute champion. And I can see why he's such a fan of the card. And, for that, respect that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, we can see the Whirlwind, despite the fact, I said earlier that air units and Brit Air aren't really a thing much anymore. At least not as much as in previous years. But if we look at Tang Tang's hands and we look at their board, they are playing Britain and they are playing air units.
Yeah,
And that
even though
Whirlwind is getting the value.
even if it's not Brit Air in name, Britain just has so many of these high power air units that you're going to play on their own.
Is it Brit Air in spirit?
I don't think so. I just think Brit Control has a lot of nice air options. Which it makes sense. That's, one of the themes of Britain in this game.
Yeah, the cards devs have definitely put a lot of thought into how to give each nation its own national identity, making them each feel distinct and in some ways historically accurate. I think it's really cool when you see the flavor wins. So
And Artemisia just playing out on Akita, not able to move into the front line right away, which isn't ideal. But he is powering up the Shanana with every card he plays.
yeah, Tang Tang doesn't have a lot of immediate answers, but they do have a lot of draw, and they definitely have answers in their deck. So I guess I'm curious to see, is Tang Tang gonna try and use like Wellington and attacking and stuff like that to keep Artemisia's board small, or do they prefer to start drawing those cards and looking for stuff like supply shortage?
Well, it looks like Tang Tang's opting to just try to control the board with what he has in hand. It is hard to commit to spending 7 credits just to draw on a turn against Jagro when they're doing everything they can to apply as much pressure as possible.
Yeah. But on the other hand, now you're in a position where Jagger has a huge board and you can trade in some stuff, but you're sitting at 6 life and Jagger has a huge hand and is guaranteed gonna start dropping stuff after you trade in. Yeah, so Tang Tang seems like they're drawing out of desperation and they did not hit what they wanted to hit. Hitting 2 2 is it
The
War
War
Machines?
Machine?
The War Machine, yeah. As opposed to Machines of War.
And we saw Tang Tang had about as good of a start as you can hope for, and just still crumbling to the might of Jagro.
Yeah, unfortunately, the expensive Brit units are good for closing the game, but they're not really great for controlling the board. So now we're going to see Artemisia's frontline deck, and they look like they have a really good start, even if they are going second. But look at that start from Tang Tang.
Yeah, you've got a little ramp, you've got a little draw. They don't line up perfectly with your credits, but still pretty decent.
I'm really surprised by that play. I figured that if you're against a ramp deck with a lot of guards, that maybe you would want to push and get some damage in as quickly as possible, but maybe Artemisia was playing around the 5th Rangers. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, PIR ramps up your potential damage really quick, so
Mhm.
I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. In theory, you'll kill your opponent faster playing the PIR now rather than, getting in with a little bit of chip damage earlier on in the game.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. And that is a really credit efficient way to get rid of that Red Devils instead of having to trade in with a unit or something like that. And Tang Tang has all the credits in the world, has all the draw in the world, has some 5th Rangers to trade into the front line that Artemisia is about to develop. But on the other hand, Artemisia has 2 copies of 35T, 99th, definitely has some aggressive pressure of their own. Who do you think is favored here?
I think I might go as far as to say Tang Tang. Just 10 credits to 4 is so huge, and Artemisia on this US deck doesn't really have as many ways to kill your opponent as fast as Jagger does. So I think it's a similar situation to last game, but without the same lethality from Jagro. I'm concerned for Artemisia here.
Yeah, and this 5th Rangers looks like it's going into the PIR, so that the PIR can't trade favorably with that East Surrey. But that 99th is definitely an option for Artemisia. The 99th on the Pioneer would be a pretty nice trade going. If you're Tang Tang, you probably want to see stuff like Churchill or Grenadier Guards or other stuff that is going to contest the board and also potentially work towards a win condition, because it's going to be hard to fight through all of this value on Artemisia's end. Although carpet bombing is a pretty good start.
Yeah. I imagine the reason that Artemisia played the other 22nd last turn is because he is just so desperate to find we can do it, because he knows about those carpet bombings. But he doesn't find it. And that's going to be a huge issue.
Yeah, you'd almost think that with the amount of cards in Artemisia's hand and the amount of credits that Tang Tang has, that Tang Tang was playing credit denial. This looks like a classic credit denial situation. But no, in actuality, Artemisia just has such great draw engines, and Tang Tang has such great ramp that it props up a pretty funny illusion. There's so many
Yeah.
options for Artemisia that it's hard to even like settle on one at this point.
What would probably work out best, knowing that Tang Tang has carpet bombing, would be to trade out into this Wrath Lightning so that you're not getting quite so many units hit with this carpet bombing. course, Artemisia does not have the knowledge that Tang Tang has carpet bombing in hand, but he is definitely thinking about it.
Tang Tang does have 2 copies of carpet bombing, although I believe Tang Tang has approximately 25 cards left in deck, so it's definitely not guaranteed that Tang Tang has one right now. But it is probable that in the top 15 cards you're gonna hit one of your 2 carpet bombing, so.
And I imagine we'll see it come out here. It's that or Monty, but if you play Monty, there is the chance that your opponent has found We Can Do It off of the 2 draws from 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Did he forget about the fighter?
I think he did, which is, a fair mistake to make, as it's literally the only fighter in frontline, and it usually doesn't have any attack. But at this level, these little misconsiderations can be pretty game deciding.
There's the We Can Do It, but Artemisia is not going to get another turn to play it. Not that he'll be dead, but that he won't have the board to play it onto.
Yeah, I wonder if it made more sense for Artemisia to preemptively We Can Do It, but if you do, then
The We Can Do It was off of the 20-second draw, so that was not an option for Artemisia.
okay, okay. I am very smart.
It's okay, it's an easy thing to miss.
Yeah, you have to take out this Lancaster here. Your hand is huge, it's costing a bunch, and you actually have a lot of the most expensive cards in frontline in your hand as Artemisia, which means it's going to be really difficult for you to actually play all that much. And that's really not what you want to see here as Artemisia.
Yeah, bouncing a B-17 Flying Fortress is never where you want to be.
Yeah,
Such a powerful deployment effect to give back.
it's not, but you also aren't really going to be able to get rid of it anytime soon. Like the best that Artemisia can do is either hope and pray that Tang Tang. Well, no, because even still, that does 4 damage with Stars and Stripes. So your only option would be to Hellcat plus Blitzkrieg, and I think that the tempo play is probably more valuable than burning Hellcat and Blitzkrieg on a B-17.
Yeah, it's 2 terrible choices. Either your opponent gets to attack for 5 bomber damage each turn, or you get hit again with another Death from Above effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, geez, the fact that in Tang Tang's hand they have Spitfire and Wellington and B-17, it is tough for Artemisia, but they did get a really, really nice string of Shermans here. That actually does put them, like, back in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to deal with the value provided by Sherman. 4/4 body and a convoy.
Is there any way to kill the B-17 here? Doesn't look like it because of the Lancaster making it, the Lancaster and the Blackwatch making everything cost more. Actually, well,
um
Yeah, you could. You could spend 3 credits to get rid of the Blackwatch, then 5 credits to play and push up the Hellcat, and then oh no, but then it's 4 credits to play Blitzkrieg. Yeah, so unfortunately Artemisia is 1 credit off from being able to make that play.
Dang, that's so close, actually.
Yeah, but if they don't, then they're getting hit every turn for, you know, one of their units is getting destroyed every single turn.
Oh, nice. Starry and I
oh,
missing out.
the second engineers. I didn't even see that play. Yeah, that's a great way to get rid of it effectively.
Yeah, very nice from Artemisia. Now the Kitty Hawk is a good response back.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe we'd see the Churchill Avery.
Yeah, either that or the Blackwatch both seem pretty fine here. Although, yeah, no matter how you cut it, Artemisia is going to be able to play those engineers in the future and potentially get some nice trades into that Blackwatch through pushing stuff up and getting those buffs. But if Tang Tang can manage to get the front line with Churchill, could become rather difficult for Artemisia. But that is a big, big if, as Tang Tang doesn't really have super great ways to clear the front line at the moment.
And if Artemisia doesn't find his second Hellcat, that Churchill Avray to the front line could be the nail in the coffin. Although I guess you also have Fifth Rangers as an 8/8 mode.
True.
So
Yep.
really, is a good
Yeah,
answer.
9 credits, but you know, it works, gets the job done.
And what else are you spending your credits on?
So Tang Tang is starting to run out of resources here, but the fact that they have a Churchill on board, it's just going to trade super favorably with the Greyhound. If you can kill the Greyhound, maybe even using the Wellington, and then push forward the Churchill and attack the HQ, it puts you in a pretty nice position. And then you kind of just hope that they don't have Hellcat.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable. There's also the play of just playing Spitfire and Blackwatch, but like you don't want to extend too far into Stars and Stripes.
Yeah. I mean, it would be one expensive Stars and Stripes, but, you know, as you said, what else are you spending your credits on? So Artemisia is forced to make the choice between getting rid of the Wellington or getting rid of the Churchill. Can't do both. But if Artemisia can get the combat engineers into the front line, they give each other those buffs. They become 2/5s. 2/5s in the front line are pretty sticky. They are pretty tough to get rid of.
But Artemisia thinking of just going for the Martyr instead, opting to get the draw instead of the 2/5s in the front line, and getting a tank on board.
Yeah, and it definitely pays off. I mean, getting that Sherman is super good right now.
Tang Tang kind of has 4 cards in hand that don't do anything.
Yep.
Yeah,
Tang Tang is running out of resources. That is one of the issues with ramp. Sorry, go ahead.
You're really fighting for board control here, particularly against US frontline rather than damage, because they can always wait to blitzkrieg you down with 5 units in the late game, rather than trying to get chip damage in earlier on, like Jagro might intend to do more so.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, this is just one of the problems with ramp, and one of the reasons that it hasn't seen as much success as an archetype as some other archetypes. Is because if you get like a bad string of getting ramp cards, if you draw like a in the hour of need into in the hour of need into the war machine, that can kind of just be the nail in the coffin. And it's not like you even did anything wrong. You just drew in a non-optimal order, and kind of sucks. That is a really nice play by Artemisia, using the half track to push the Blackwatch back so that there are 3 units in the back line and you can Stars and Stripes killing the Wellington. It's a really nice play. Now let's see what they get off of this Majesty's Chosen. We'll see. Is this what they need to get? Is this what Tang needs to get them back into the game?
I can't think of too many huge hitters. Like there's the Churchill Havre, but that gives your opponent some benefit as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Mosquito is nice. Allows you to kill the Martyr and cut off the value engine, but I really don't think it's going to be enough long term to deal with it. Artemisia has the dive bombing for the Spitfire, and even if they didn't have the dive bombing for the Spitfire, they could 99th the 2-5, make it a 4-7, trade with the Blackwatch, push up and kill the Spitfire with the half track. Like, Artemisia has all the options in the world right now. Yeah, it seems like they're... Oh, interesting. I was thinking that they were gonna keep it and just make one last desperate hope to try and blitz down your opponent with that Spitfire, but looks like instead they're opting to trade.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. Man, it's becoming harder and harder to see how Tang is gonna turn this around.
Yeah, did we see the Lend-Lease come out from Tang?
Yes, one Lend-Lease was played.
Okay, so Tang has one more, and they only played 2 Convoy, and I believe we saw both of the Convoys, didn't we?
Yes, I believe so.
So yeah, I think Tang is nearly out of draw and really just hoping to hit that big Lend-Lease off the top.
And Artemisia is nearly out of deck, but you don't really need much more than, what's in his hand already. 2 cards left in deck for Artemisia and 9 left in Tang's deck.
And that looks like it's gonna be game. Yep. Congratulations to Artemisia. We haven't seen them in a while, but they managed to take this OCC with exact lethal in game 3 of our OCC finals. What
Yeah.
a finish.
Incredible.
I don't think we could have asked for more from 2 players who fairly clearly prepared together, went the distance, fought back and forth. We saw Jagro perform particularly well. Artemisia winning that, having won the first game with the credit denial deck versus we saw kind of Tang struggle with the ramp. Starry, do you think that kind of was the tale of this finals here, where Artemisia got that credit denial deck out of the way and then was able to kind of push through with Jagro in front line? And are we losing Berto? Am I seeing that too?
Something's happening.
I'm also seeing that. Are you able to hear me still?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
We can hear you, but we're losing Berto to the Matrix apparently.
Goodbye.
He's back.
Oh, don't touch anything. Okay, it looks like I'm here.
Anyways,
Yeah, but-
Oh no.
As you were asking, Christo, I think that Tang really likes this ramp list, and it was performing really, really well back in this discard meta. But in this first meta, since the nerfs to discard, just doesn't seem to be putting enough resistance against these aggressive style decks. And sometimes your favorite decks are good, and sometimes your favorite decks are bad. So
And as we try and get Berto back together, here you have the almost final bracket. We did see Artemisia defeat Tang Tang in our grand finals to go on to win the September OCC. Also wins $250 and 25 points to qualify for the OCC Ultimate. With Tang Tang finishing second, that's 150 USD, 18 points. And TB273 finishing third gets 100 USD and 15 points. 12 points on down from J King in fourth place onward. They all get some diamonds, so they do not go home empty-handed. Unfortunately, as we have lost Berto to the Matrix, maybe it's just a good time to kind of wrap things up here today in the September OCC. I think we had some phenomenal games from end to end. So a huge thank you to you, Berto, to you, Starry, to Spooz and sorry, Bubbles. Or we'll thank Berto twice. Forget Bubbles. Great job, everybody, for a phenomenal cast. There he is with the finger guns. And a huge congratulations to Artemisia for winning our September OCC. Do not forget, everybody, get into the game. You can qualify for the 2023 World Championships and punch your ticket to Iceland. So go get into the qualifiers. And until next time, we will see you then.